Chick, welcome to my YouTube channel, brother. We're gonna play NBA 2K14. We're gonna play MyCareer. And we skip the, the first part of the career, which is the before draft and the draft. And I play a few games. I play a few games already, which is we got the 6-man role and we already got the shoes deal, which is I choose Jordan over Nike. So that's it. Enjoy the fucking stream, brother. Oh no. Shit. Well, yeah. I misclicked, so we just I don't really want to get traded, so we just glazing, I guess.
Yeah, I'm really happy how Coach is handling things with his team. I really feel like he has the attention of the locker room. This is a great thing for this franchise.
We think he's doing a great job as well. The team is heading in the right direction, and he has our full support.
No doubt. All right, well, thank you. And good talk, man. I'll see you later.
However, for the time being, I need your total focus on this game against the Kings. Let's go take care of business.
Let's go.
Yes, I does that. When everybody trying to be now, I was that. They could never stop me. That's why I love rap. Been living the life, crazy ice. Swag, the gear, the bread, all the whips is a year ahead. I only fear the feds.
It's the Pistons, and they're doing business on the road. It's an interconference NBA matchup. The excitement of the NBA is on the way. I'm Kevin Harlan, joined by Doris Burke courtside. Next to me, Clark Kellogg and Steve Kerr in the booth. Our starting lineups, a look at the matchups here and who we'll see for our starting five for both teams. One of the guys we'll be watching out for today, Marcus Thornton.
He's pretty fun to watch, Kevin, because of his ability.
A minute 50 left in the first quarter. Here's Rain Man, and foul called as he misses. He'll go to the line and shoot two. That one is on Outlaw. Here are the top distributors from last season. These guys always seem to find the open man. You look at Vasquez, third in assists and a great leader.
Now, very few guys passed the ball better than he did. Just great open court vision.
The first one falls.
There's no question the big news for the Sacramento Kings is they're still the Sacramento Kings. After a nail-biting last couple of years, they saw the team flirt with moving to Virginia, Anaheim, Las Vegas, Seattle. Finally, a new ownership group committed to keeping the team in Sac.
Isaiah Thomas is checked in for Marcus Thornton. Thomas kicks to Landry. Outlaw puts one up from 19. Good on the jump shot. Outlaw's got his first points of the night. And for all the Kings fans, what a great victory. Former three-time NBA All-Star and Sacramento native son, Mayor Kevin Johnson, instrumental in securing financing for the new arena, and Steve campaigning with the league's owners to keep the team in Northern California.
I think it surprised everyone, Kevin. Seattle made such a strong bid. I think most people felt the team would end up in Seattle, but Johnson did his job. Sacramento stepped up to the plate, and I think it's great that the Kings get to keep their team, and hopefully Seattle will end up with one in the next couple of years.
Thompson with the bucket.
In terms of rebounding, it's been a sensational opening quarter.
I like sensational. That's a good word for it.
They get it back. Monroe. Foul call. Looked like the D didn't get there in time, and he'll shoot free throws. It's on Carl Landry. Detroit shooting their third and fourth free throw attempts of the game.
Well, you look at last season's numbers, guys. Down below 70% as a team from the line.
And I know the free throw shooting is an area they focused on improving coming into this season.
Looking at who's out there now for the Pistons. Urebko comes in for Josh Smith. Rodney Stuckey subbed in for Brandon Jennings. Vasquez dishes to Outlaw. About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. Here's Thomas. And that's out of bounds. Sacramento will retain possession. Detroit making a switch here. Salmons passes to Thomas. Cousins with a screen for Thomas. Back to Salmons. Passes it to Patterson. 6 to shoot. Here's Cousins. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him. The Kings shooting their first free throws of the night right here. No good on the free throw. And he sinks the second. Here's Rain Man. It's all tied in Sacramento. In the second quarter.
2K Sports Magazine. The latest issue is
goes up the baseline and count the bucket. And that reminds me, did either of you guys see him in that last press conference?
With him, it's always team, team, team in his answers. He's always about the team, and he never lets himself get dragged into a conversation about himself for very long at all, guys.
And, you know, reporters may not like it because he's not going to give you the most exciting sound bites over and over again, but you know what? Those comments do send a clear message to the rest of the organization that he's on board with what they're doing.
Thornton and Salmons, the 2 and 3. Carl Landry is out there with Thompson. And it's Vasquez in at the point. So that's the 5 in the game for Sacramento.
Right, you talk about some of the breakout players of last season, and at the top of the list for me was Grievous Vasquez. Runner-up for most improved player, 6'6" point guard, improved his shooting significantly and played with a lot of confidence for New Orleans.
And Doris Burke has something for us. Hey, Doris.
Hey, guys. Rain Man in their last game against the Warriors got the job done. He finished with 27 points, and in addition to his scoring, he also came away with a season high for rebounds. It was a breakout game for the rookie who turned a lot of heads by putting up numbers like that. Who knows where he can go from here? We can't wait to see where. Guys?
Thanks for the great report, Doris. Guys, the way he carried them that night, Clark, I thought was truly incredible.
Absolutely. I mean, he did the work of several players in that game. He really didn't need much support at all.
But they shouldn't count on that type of performance again tonight, Clark. I mean, his teammates need to be prepared to carry a little bit more of the load.
Out to Smith. 3 on the clock. The feather touch on the finger roll. Beautiful. Smith's got 6. And Vasquez, originally from Venezuela, Clark, and Steve, you know, you mentioned his passing. Last season, 3rd guys in the league in assists.
Yeah, and at 6'6", Kevin, a very good rebounder for a guard. He's not super quick, and that hurts him defensively, but he has excellent anticipation. And you can always cross-match him with some of the shorter 2 guards, so he's a valuable player in the backcourt.
Kyle Singler's checked in for Detroit. For the Sacramento Kings, their last game a loss to the Brooklyn Nets.
Well, you hate to say it, but they showed a lack of heart at the defensive end in losing that game. Just no effort.
You know, I know the fans don't want to hear it, but you're exactly right. There was no energy, no assertiveness, no aggressiveness. The defense was just lifeless. It's not a night that they're going to look back on fondly.
The Kings leading. First chance of the season for them to go up against this Pistons team.
Yeah, they faced each other twice last season, and they split those 2 games in what really wasn't a season to remember for either team.
And Baamute working against Singler. The jump hook gets the bucket. And Baamute's got his first 2 points of the night.
He typically may not contribute a lot, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have the ability to.
No good from Raymond. Steve referenced the series between these teams a year ago, and Clark, it's a good thing they matched up well against each other because they didn't match up well with too many other teams.
Well, that's exactly right, Kevin. I mean, we don't mean to make light of it, but the reality is neither one of them gave opponents very much resistance or too many problems. It was really a down year for both teams.
Tough seasons, you're right. Vasquez kicks to Cousins. No good. For the Detroit Pistons, they won their last contest, that game against the Warriors in Oakland.
And it was the role players in that game, Kevin, that really led the charge. You know, the guys who normally don't score a lot, they came in and really contributed.
A total team performance, Steve, the kind you need if you're going to win on the opponent's home floor.
And a chance now to catch up on some numbers here. The hustle stats for Sac.
And now, brought to you by Sprint.
The weekend is
the Sprint Halftime Report, presented by Sprint.
Right around a minute and a half played here in the 3rd quarter. Here's Rain Man. He has 6. Smith outside. He kicks it to Stuckey. The feed now to Monroe. From 10 feet out, can't hit. Nice D from Cousins.
You know, with the troubles he's had butting heads with coaches and others, you might wonder why the team keeps putting up with Cousins' antics. Well, I'll tell you why. The greater your talent, the longer your rope. Because this kid does have talent.
On the floor for Detroit, Rain Man, he's in at point guard. Craig Monroe is out there with Yaredko. Then it's Smith, and it's Stuckey in at the 2.
Way too loose on that inbounds pass.
Sacramento leading by 5. And Clark, you mentioned Cousins' problems. There were some rumblings last season that the Kings might look to trade him, Steve, and I think there would be some teams that would say, you know what, this is a quality guy that maybe needs a new environment.
I think teams would be very interested in him. The question is, how much would they be willing to give up? Because it is a bit of a risk, not knowing exactly what you're getting, but Cousins, an intriguing talent. There's no doubt about that.
From the sideline, let's catch up with Doris Burke.
Kevin, Josh Smith was an impressive big-name free agent signing for the Detroit Pistons, a team who tied for the 7th worst record in the league last season and 3rd worst in fan attendance. A bit of a surprising choice for Smith, who had said that fan support would be a big factor in his free agency decision and also stated that winning was all he cared about. Kevin, his quote, shot at a title may still be a ways away, but $56 million over 4 years isn't chump change. And he will make this team much better. Back to you.
He's become the face of the franchise, Doris. Thank you. Now, here's Thomas. He's tightly guarded. Landry dishes to Salmons. Clock at 6. And again, it's Sacramento converted. Just over 3.5 minutes through the third quarter of play now. Smith, Salmons covering. Rain Man passes to Monroe. And 2 free throws coming up as he misses that one. Drawing the whistle and a lot of contact there.
I think Greg Monroe offers a lot for a team. I mean, he's a big man who can pass and shoot at a high level, but the one thing he doesn't do is really protect the rim. He's not a shot blocker in the traditional sense of the word.
And the first one at the line is good. But going back to Greg Monroe in Detroit, not a big leaper or shot blocker, but they drafted Andre Drummond, number 9 overall last year. They should be making a very nice pairing for a long time there.
Well, you think about Drummond, a super athlete and a shot blocker. Greg Monroe with his terrific skill level. Really does seem like Detroit has found its front court tandem for the next decade. That's one he knows he should have made.
Pistons trail by 7. Here's Rain Man. He's got 6. In low to Monroe. Marvelous lead pass, and he throws it down.
Now, that was an incredible reverse throwdown right there. Tremendous body control.
I'd even go as far to say, Clark, that was a punctuation dunk. Huh?
I can feel that.
Send a message.
Yes, sir. A message, and put it on the highlight reel for later.
Vasquez gets a screen from Thompson. Vasquez kicks to Thompson. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up, and 2 shots coming up.
Well, one of the reasons I like Jason Thompson is he's not afraid to be physical inside. He loves to chase down loose balls, get offensive rebounds, constantly fighting his opponent for position.
Yeah, very much a workmanlike approach to playing in the post from Thompson. He just puts in his time each game and comes away with some nice numbers. Your rep coach checked in for Greg Monroe.
Mike Malone, the new head coach of the Sacramento Kings, son of a former NBA coach. Mike has been credited with helping teams improve their defenses, whether it was in New Orleans with Chris Paul, last season with Golden State, but Malone very well regarded in NBA coaching circles.
Kings leading now by 5. Patterson a screen on Jennings. And McLemore kicks to Patterson. Feeds to Outlaw. Back to Patterson. Just 5 on the clock. Oh, and it looks like that's going to be a goaltending call. Yep, that's it. So they'll get the basket.
He didn't get to that one quite in time, Kevin. Those can be tough to gauge sometimes.
So for the Pistons, Monroe comes in for Josh Smith. Rodney Stuckey subbed in for Caldwell Pope. There's the pass to Rain Man. The rebound by Outlaw. And the Sacramento team, Clark, not without offensive talent, but their defense has been their shortcoming.
And that's the area they've got to ramp up and improve. And Coach Malone is going to have an opportunity to put his stamp on this team by improving them at the defensive end of the floor.
Well, Clark, a clear lane to the basket and the emphatic jam.
And that is outstanding attacking basketball.
Well, he had no choice but to take that one as a bucket.
The Pistons have shot 67% from the line, going 6 of 9. That free throw good from the Rain Man.
The story in the first half was their low free throw percentage. They've corrected that here in the second half, and hopefully they can build on it as this game continues to progress.
Thomas kicks to Landry. Thomas, that's good.
Shut up, man.
Thomas got
That's
8 points.
fucking lucky, dude.
Here's Rain Man. No good. And a great show through 3 quarters as we enter the 4th. Who will carry the day? Kings ahead. They're up by 9. And time for the short. And welcome back to the NBA on 2K Sports. More action in store as the players get ready to go, having a nice break to get hydrated with Gatorade. And Steve and Clark and I are refreshed and ready to go here as well. And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Kings.
And their mid-range shooting continues to be accurate.
They've really been on fire from beyond the arc tonight, too. I mean, a lot of their points have come from out there.
All fueled up and ready to go. Let's reset the lineups courtesy of Gatorade for the fourth quarter. On the court right now for the Kings, Landry and Cousins patrol the paint. Thomas and Thornton pairing up in the backcourt. And it's Salmons in at the small forward position. Rain Man passes to Stuckey. There's the dish to Monroe. Lets the three fly. No luck. Now Sacramento takes it the other way.
You know, they've been outstanding on the boards, and it's a big reason why they've got a lead. Doing the dirty work down low.
Yeah, and Clark, you know, rebounding's a team effort. Everybody's boxing out. Everyone is accountable. They're doing a nice job collectively.
Detroit with the ball. And stolen by Thornton. Such a wide open look. And the Kings lead by 11.
Holy shit.
You know, they've been so effective when they've been able to get the ball inside.
Some real shortcomings from this defense. I mean, they've given up 5 straight looks in the paint.
No good from Raymond. And here now the Kings. They lead by 11, the largest margin of the game. And Thornton with the basket on the assist by Salmons. Thornton's got 4 this quarter.
The shot quality is very good here, and they're making most of them this half.
The way they're converting on seemingly every shot, I wouldn't be surprised to see their field goal percentage just keep going up.
And let's get this update now from Doris Burke, who's across the way on the sideline.
Well, Kevin, head coach of the Pistons had some words for his team over the break. He told his players, turnovers are killing us right now. We can't keep trying to make the home run play. Settle down, run the offense, and make the simple pass. Kevin, sounds easy enough.
Always great to hear from you, Doris. Thomas kicks to Thornton. It's hauled in by Smith. Smith's got 4 rebounds now tonight. They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Sure could, Kev. I mean, too many empty trips. They need some points.
And that one's good.
When you can make adjustments to the shot in mid-air and midstream and still knock it down, you know you're flowing.
Last season, a hard one for Stuckey. The Pistons finally shifted him back to his natural shooting guard position. A lot of people thought he would break out, but instead, he had his lowest field goal percentage and scoring average since his rookie season.
We're in the fourth quarter here, just under 2.5 minutes gone. Now Cousins. Craig Monroe with the rebound. Monroe's got his 5th rebound right now in the game. And towards the end of last season, Rodney Stuckey finally seemed to get untrapped.
Well, I tell you, early in his career, I really liked his potential. He's got tremendous talent, a strong slasher who can get to the line. Those are the kind of players who can usually be relied upon to produce buckets. We'll see how he bounces back.
Boy, they've really dominated on the glass, and of course they've done a lot of good things here tonight, but the rebounds have played a major factor.
Hey, Steve, you know rebounding always one of the key barometers in determining the victor.
Pass to Urepko. Rodney Stuckey on the wing. He gets it to fall. That makes it just a single-digit lead.
Well, I'm not necessarily a big fan of him shooting that shot, but they did give him the space.
Stolen away. And this is the fast break layup. Sacramento leading by 7. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Rain Man. That'll be his second foul of the game.
That's open layup, right? What the f is going on? I'm doing it fucking normal,
Fourth
bro.
quarter
My
play, and over
God.
3.5 minutes have gone by. Thornton dishes to Thomas. Whistle blows. Yep, that's going to be a travel.
You know, offensively, they're looking much sharper here in the second half. The turnovers and miscues are down, and I think they're getting quality shots as well.
Monroe with a screen on Thomas. Here's Rain Man, and he's knocked off course by the foul called. He'll shoot free throws.
So far in the game for Rain Man, 10 points, and all the steals he's collected only add to his impressive stat line.
Yeah, whether he's picking someone's pocket or picking off a pass, he has been causing some mayhem out there for sure.
Both free throws good from the Rain Man.
Boy, they needed those 2 free throws to go down. They're definitely within striking distance now.
Hit his leg. And the ref saying he kicked it. Outside Landry. Cousins. Back to Landry. On the wing, Salmons. 4 on the shot clock. Back to Landry. Again, the miss by the Kings.
Well, they've had the advantage in rebounding all night, but none bigger than the one right there.
Out to Smith. Jacks up a 3. That is good. They've now scored 6 unanswered.
A sensational run has them on the brink of tying it up or even taking the lead all of a sudden.
Steve, quite a turn of events here. I mean, they
Just
really snapped
made.
into focus in a hurry and tightened up their game at both ends.
On its way from Thornton for 2. Here's Landry.
He just picked up his 4th personal foul, and now he's got some foul trouble hanging over his head, guys.
And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for Detroit.
How about the three-point shooting we're seeing so far, guys? Amazing.
It's been a hot shooting night for them, too. I mean, they've hit a lot of those mid-range jump shots.
What the defense doing,
Second
man?
free throw, no good that time. He really wanted that one. Stuckey with it
box
now,
out player,
guarded by
bro.
Salmons.
Ridiculous.
Jerebko kicks to Smith. Here's the teardrop. He takes it up and lays it in. Smith's got 14 points now in the second half.
What a finish with that hoop.
Back to Cousins. 1:07 left here in the fourth quarter. And here's the fast break. Here's Rain Man. It's good!
And that is the shot of the game.
Well, he's got the guts and courage to take it and the skill to make it.
Thomas passes to Salmons. Cousins with a screen for Salmons. Back to Thomas. Kicks it to Cousins. Foul call that time on the way up. That'll give him 2 chances at the free throw line here.
Well, they did have a foul to give, but they couldn't get it done before the shot attempt.
Yeah, you really want to try to foul in that situation before he gets into the shooting motion, and it just didn't work out that time.
This is a huge possession.
You've got to execute under pressure. We're going to see what they're made of.
Rain Man passes to Stuckey. He feeds it to Monroe. Monroe gets a screen from Stuckey. And so he earns a trip to the line. Officials saw the contact and he'll shoot 2. And when you take a look at what the story under the glass has been, tremendous presence under the basket.
Yeah, you said it. Tremendous presence. You're right. It definitely has been, and it might come down to the final possession, that key rebound.
Wouldn't that be something?
Missed a chance to put them up 3. That's going to affect how they set up on defense this trip now.
Thomas sets a screen for Salmons. It's good. This game is all even.
Give an assist there, not for the pass, but for the solid screen set on the inside that freed him up and made the layup possible.
Here's Rain Man. Yes!
Fucking easy. Shit.
To win it. Oh, that shot had a chance, but no good. And so it's the Pistons who come out on top here. And Clark, you know, it was quite a nail biter.
Yeah, it was tight. Their guy.
We are fucking clutch.
You have to be elated after hitting that shot to win the game. Where does this rank on the list of your biggest moments on the basketball court?
I'll be honest, it was a huge moment. I'm used to having the ball in my hands with a game on the line, but it's not very often you get a chance to hit a game winner like that. I always expect the ball to go in, but you never know if you're going to get fouled or double teamed or something. And this time it just worked out. I'd like to tell you I'm used to it at this point, but that doesn't make it any less sweet. Hey, yo, man, this home crowd is pumped up for this game. Let's go out there and put on a show for these folks, man. All right? Y'all with me? Get pumped.
We are live from the Palace of Auburn Hills for this Eastern Conference battle featuring the Pistons here in Detroit. Now a chance to check out tonight's starting lineups. And one of the players we'll be seeing in this one, Carmelo Anthony.
Well, there's a reason he's one of the top scorers in the league. Melo is so versatile offensively. He gets in that triple threat position, and then it's a kind of a pick-your-poison dilemma for the defender.
Well, he's got a honey-sweet stroke as a jump shooter. He's equally dangerous putting it on the ground or attacking the teeth of the D or going over top of a good defender. We've seen it all the way back at Syracuse. This guy has gotten better with time, and he's one of the elite scorers we've seen in the league in a while.
Only one game away from New York here. The Knicks will be back home for the next one. It's got to be a relief to see Iman Shumpert back in uniform, looking healthy and ready to contribute.
I'll tell you what, the defenders didn't even get a sniff of him on that move to the hoop.
The Knicks shooting their first free throw tonight. Free throw good, Felton.
You can't be the #2 seed in the East by being mediocre on the road. I mean, the Knicks had a veteran group, and they all had the mental fortitude and experience to finish off games on the road last season.
Now here's Jennings. Stuckey outside. Shot off the pick. And that's good for two.
And he came off that screen. The defense just couldn't get over the top. Beautiful play.
Yep, and without a hand in his face, he's going to bury those.
Clark, as you said, the Knicks were one of the tougher teams on the road, and their road record was, what separated them, Steve, from the middle of the pack in the East.
Yeah, 23 road wins, second only to the Heat in the East. It was interesting, Kevin. They relied so heavily on threes that sometimes on the road they'd go cold, but they could also get hot in a hurry, and they were able to avoid a bad spell.
There's the screen. Passes it to Raymond. Launches a three. It's rebounded by New York. They are coming off that win against Atlanta.
And they made their mark defensively that day. That was what was, I think, most impressive. Really caused a lot of problems in the paint.
Well, they spent a lot of that game in the air and got their hands on a lot of shots.
Some people might call him vertically challenged, but tell you what, his size didn't hurt him on that rebound. You know, if you're not a big, strong guard in the NBA, it can be tough going in the paint. But for Brandon Jennings, he's got that floater in the lane, and that's what's allowed him, despite his slight frame, to be able to score in the paint.
Now here's Stuckey after the miss from Raymond. And stolen by Felton. Right side, Felton. Smith. Back to Felton. Chandler with a screen for Felton. Pass to Anthony. Monroe on him. 6 to shoot. And the Knicks miss again. And going back to Jennings, so fast, incredibly explosive. He can really, Clark, get into the lane.
Yeah, but he struggled finishing at the rim. Some of that because of his size. Not really a physically imposing guy. Developing that floater and learning to avoid NBA shot blockers is something that he has to continue to develop.
And here is Felton following the three-pointer by Rodney Stuckey. They grab their own miss. Chandler lays it up and in on the nice reverse. Chandler's got his first points of the night.
Looked like he may have been showboating a little bit at the end of that one.
Jennings passes to Raymond. Rebound by Anthony.
What's interesting for me to watch with Mike Woodson as head coach in New York is the exciting floor spacing offense they started playing last season. In Atlanta, he's been known for a grinded out isolation play style, but has actually tweaked his approach a little bit, and that's been impressive.
Now here's Felton after the miss from Raymond. And it's blocked, and they force the shot clock violation. Great D.
Well, as we take a look at the rankings, let's see where Detroit ended up last season. 13th in rebounding, 14th in field goal percentage. And for blocks, interior defense, it's not a strong point for them. Just top 20 in the league.
And now the first time out called here for Detroit. And back to Mike Woodson, not a flashier, high-maintenance type of personality. He keeps it on the level, and I think, Steve, the players appreciate that.
Players definitely like that. He's very quiet on the sidelines, but not afraid to get in your face when necessary. And I think that's a really good temperament for a coach to have. In general, I think he's a guy who is very well respected around the league and did an excellent job with New York a season ago.
When you think of the Detroit Pistons, you always think back to some of the big powerhouse championship teams of the late 80s or early 2000s when they won titles as well. They've always been a team to contend with, but fans are being put through a pretty good test here as they rebuild.
And New York making a change here. Martin's checked in, and the whistle blows. It's
Let me be point guard, bro.
Pistons leading by 4. Another season for Detroit and another year that their fans would like to forget. Steve, they were one of the younger teams in the league last season, and you can expect a team so young to take some lumps.
Oh, for sure. But there's some good young talent. Monroe, Drummond, of course, they signed Josh Smith, and this is a team that has plenty of ability, and they're trying to put it together now this year.
Monroe and Drummond, they're inside. And it's Rain Man, and it's Caldwell Pope in at the 3 slot. That's the 5 on the floor for the Pistons. And keeping us updated from the sideline, let's swing it over to Doris Burke for an update. Hi, Doris.
Hey guys, Rain Man in their last game against the Lakers played really well. He dropped in 15 points, and in addition to his scoring, he also came away with a season high for rebounds. We could see his role in this offense expand if he puts together more games like this one, guys.
All right, Doris, thanks. And Steve, yet another special game from a player that we know is incredibly capable for this team.
Yeah, he sure is. We saw it firsthand, and it was fun to watch. He really got it rolling.
Yeah, nothing better than to see a guy confident, comfortable, on a roll, and elevating his team to high levels of play. That's a beautiful thing to watch, fellas.
Here's Rain Man. He had a 15-point outing in their last game against the Lakers in Los Angeles.
You really don't want to see him missing those mid-range shots, but when he's open, he's got to shoot it.
Now here's Hardaway after the miss from Rain Man. And stolen by Drummond. Stuckey against Hardaway. And the shot is good from Stuckey. Stuckey's got 7 points in the game. Quarter 2 and just under 2.5 minutes gone by. Got a piece of it. Rain Man passes to Siva. The finger roll finish at the bucket. And now an 8-point Detroit lead. And now we'll get a perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for Detroit.
And they've come out in attack mode defensively, applying pressure and stealing the ball repeatedly.
Something else they've done right so far from the get-go tonight is run. I mean, so much of their offense has come off the fast break.
Pocket 2, and here's Anthony from the arc. Good, and the assist goes to Hardaway.
Very well done. He is a confident, dynamic scorer.
Well, for Detroit, their last game a loss to the Lakers in Los Angeles.
They had major problems at the charity stripe in that game. It was interesting. They just could not make free throws.
Yeah, and that's frustrating to watch, especially on the road where your opportunities at the line tend to be a little more sparse than when you're at home. Boy, you've got to cash in on them. Tell you what, guys, if you had questions about Amari's willingness to play a role on the team, he should have put them all to rest with how he came off the bench for the Knicks. Couldn't have been easy for him, but he handled it well.
Closing in on 4 minutes played here in the second quarter.
How many
Felton
points
kicks to Hardaway. Back to Felton. Gives him the lead pass. Gets it to go. Hardaway has got 5 points now this quarter. Well, with Amari's dealing with those knee troubles, I might forget he was really the one who first made the Knicks a destination.
Yeah, signing there in free agency in 2010. He had a huge season, averaged 25 points a game, and I think really energized that New York fan base. He was kind of the franchise player before Carmelo arrived.
And the shot is good from Stuckey.
Some defensive breakdowns are starting to show up now. Their last 4 buckets allowed have come from very close range.
Giving up these easy chances is going to do wonders for their confidence.
Now, here's Felton. He had 13 points in the win against Atlanta.
And what stood out to me in particular was his gorgeous playmaking out there. He was finding his teammates in great positions to score.
You know, the Pistons are really still a young team learning how to win in the league, but they made some strides last year because they started to win more consistently at home. And you could actually see this team becoming more consistent as the season went on.
1:06 left in the first half of the game. Back to Stoudemire. Outside Hardaway. New York moving it around. Felton kicks to Hardaway. Down to 5 on the shot clock. The 3. And it's Hardaway again missing. And Clark, you talked about the Pistons last year at home. 18 of the team's 29 wins came right here, Steve, in Auburn Hills.
Well, it'll take baby steps for this team to improve year to year. And obviously, making that big step, signing Josh Smith over the summer to go along with that young talent, bringing back Chauncey Billups. I think the Pistons are really looking to make a move.
And now, brought to you by Sprint.
Thanks for joining us on
The Sprint Halftime Report, presented by Sprint.
And the second half about to start here in just a few moments. It's been a clinic from Stuckey.
Play created a lot of opportunities for himself in the first couple of quarters. And tell you what, he was smart with his shot making too. Really took good ones.
You know, points per shot attempted is really one of the undervalued stats in the game, and it's a real measurement of efficient scoring.
Our second half of basketball, and presented by Gatorade. Let's see who's all fueled up and on the floor to start the third. Setting the floor for the Knicks. Anthony, Stoudemire, and Chandler, their front line. The guards, Ray Felton and J.R. Smith. Let's check out what Doris Burke has for us.
Hey guys, the last few summers, Carmelo Anthony has incorporated boxing training into his off-season regimen. He said being a boxing fan since he was a kid, he was always intrigued by the elite conditioning level boxers have to attain. He added that the hand-eye coordination and physicality help both his shooting and his ability to play at the power forward spot. Kevin?
Yeah, with his hard-charging style of play, it makes sense. Thanks, Doris. For Detroit, they have missed both of their free throws tonight, 0 for 2 so far.
Well, you look at last season's numbers, guys, down below 70% as a team from the line.
Yeah, it's been a very frustrating season for them in that regard, guys.
Felton with the ball, and Jennings picks him up defensively. And again, it's the Knicks missing.
That's not how you want to kick off the second half with 3 straight misses.
Here's Rayman. Tyson Chandler pulls it in. Chandler's got 4 rebounds now tonight.
You know, coming into last season, Chandler was the reigning DPOY, Defensive Player of the Year, even though he was only second-team All-League in defense. However, that happened. And last year, he was just as strong, really solid.
And the shot is good from Stuckey.
Beautiful lead pass there. He let his teammate run right underneath it.
Knicks trail by 13. They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, they've had a number of empty ones, a long time without a basket.
They got to find something, you're right. Felton dishes to Stoudemire. The basket drops, and he gets fouled on the shot. 1 free throw coming his way. And Chandler, the length and strength to defend inside. And Steve, the mobility to cover out in space away from the lane.
For a guy 7'1" to move like he does, very impressive. And, of course, you know, defensive mobility against the pick and roll perimeter game of today's NBA offense is so crucial.
Here's Rayman, covered by Anthony. Makes it off the glass. And it's 13 points for Rayman.
They're forcing the ball inside, and it's working beautifully.
Yeah, the defense has been futile here. 5 of the last 6 field goals in the lane.
Just under 2.5 minutes into the third quarter now. Felton the pass to Carmelo. They get the rebound. Chandler's shot, good. Chandler's got his second bucket.
But the defense just looked a little lazy on the glass there.
Yeah, nobody boxing out. That's inexcusable.
Smith against Stuckey. It's back to Jennings. And there's the pass to Raymond. No good with the triple. Knicks trail by 10.
You know, the Knicks got off to a fast start, but when you employ... Oh, ridiculous.
What a move.
Tore it down that time.
Forget about going for the long-range bomb to cut into that lead. Just take it to the hoop, my friend. Take it to the hoop.
And how, Clark. Brilliant throwdown.
Yeah, just exerting his authority out there.
It's back to Jennings. Three-pointer. Gets it to go. And the Pistons lead by 11.
You know, the defense didn't exactly try to fight around that screen, and that's why it turned into the easy basket.
Felton kicks to Smith. The feed to Stoudemire. From down low. Good work defensively by Monroe. Pistons leading by 11. Rodney Stuckey on the wing. And there's the call by the official. They'll count the basket here following the goaltending call.
He didn't get to that one quite in time, Kevin. Those can be tough to gauge sometimes.
A different look for New York. Bargnani is checked in for Chandler. Martin comes in for Amari Stoudemire. And it's World Peace in for Carmelo Anthony. Here's Felton. Some solid D here from Bynum.
That's terrific defense right there to prevent from converting in close.
They get it again. Here's Singler. And they're going to count the bucket and send him to the line. It could be a three-point play. Caldwell Pope, who's checked in for Rain Man. And a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the Pistons.
How about the three-point shooting we're seeing so far, guys? Amazing.
Another thing they've done tonight well is share the ball. So many of their points have come off of good, crisp passes.
Doris Burke has some information for us. Doris?
Thanks, Kev. Mike Woodson had some words for his team over that last break. He told them that they simply have to step up, saying if we don't make a move now, it's going to be too late. Give them everything you've got. Kevin?
Monroe and Drummond there inside. Jennings out there with Rodney Stuckey. And it's Rain Man in at the three. That's the group for Detroit right now. Smith is guarded by Stuckey. Scooped up. Anthony, and that one's good. Anthony's got the first points up on the board here in the fourth for the Knicks.
He's very savvy in traffic. When he gets inside, has a kind of an uncanny way of shielding himself from contact and finding a way to finish at the rim.
And I don't think we can talk about him without also mentioning his tendency to just erupt and string together a bunch of baskets in a row in a real short period of time.
The shot's good from the Rain Man. About a minute played here in the fourth quarter. Anthony can't hit.
Well, he hasn't had much success shooting the ball, but it's not too late for him to get it turned around and start contributing.
Jennings drives in. Monroe the pass to Rain. Back to Monroe. Puts up the baby hook. Out of bounds. New York takes possession. Here's what the schedule says for the New York Knicks and what it looks like. Next up will be a home game matched up against the Pacers. That game will be a quick pit stop before hitting the road again. Knicks trail by 12. Here's Felton. Outside Anthony. Back to Felton. Smith outside. He feeds it to Felton. Clock at 4. Lets it go with a three. Can't hit. Now the Pistons take it the other way. At one point, they led by 16. First chance of the season for them to go up against this Knicks team.
Yeah, here we go. The first in what will be a 3-game season series between these two this year.
Last quarter of play, about 2 minutes in now. Smith right side. He kicks it to Stoudemire. 8 feet away, and the basket good. A bank shot that time. And because of the odd number of games between them guys, the one thing you know is that one of these teams will have bragging rights over the other at the end of the season.
Exactly, Kevin, and that makes tonight's game, I think, a little more interesting and intriguing. I mean, whoever wins this one will have a big advantage going into the next two.
Stuckey into the lane. It's back to Jennings. Nice ball movement by Detroit. Drummond passes to Raymond. And the layup's good off the glass. Rain Man's got 11 in the second half.
Yeah, they're going to need some help there defensively. That matchup is going to be a tough one to deal with.
Right side, Felton. And Chandler throws it down. They'd love to get more of those, the easiest 2 points possible. And on a fierce finish.
Yeah, and that's exactly how they're going to cut into the lead, Kevin.
Yeah, that's why they've got to tighten up their D. And I'd be surprised if the defense allows any more free runs to the hoop like that.
Smith against Jennings. There's the pick. Unloads from 13. Stoudemire with the block. And the shot clock expires. 24-second violation. Knicks trail by 12. New York calls timeout.
Well, Detroit has always been one of those teams you think of when it comes to franchises that epitomize the rough and tough Eastern Conference. Always look to be a tough defensive team, and they might not have the flashiest players, but they have some of the toughest, no doubt. Really good example there of some fine interior passing before that basket.
Well, if you're just tuning in, welcome. We've got about 3.5 minutes gone here in the fourth quarter. Pass to Rainman. He dishes it to Drummond. Just 5 to shoot. Rainman. The shot misses. Excellent D there from Anthony. And Clark, as you said, the Pistons were strong against the rest of the East last year. Didn't give away too many games, and 25 of their 29 wins came against Eastern opponents.
Yeah, they took advantage of the weaker conference for sure, but it just shows you how much growth they have ahead of them, because in order to get to the playoffs, they're going to have a good record against the West as well.
Stuckey passes to Rainman. Outside Jennings from deep. Again, the miss by the Pistons. Knicks trail by 7. Smith dishes to Felton. Kicks it to Carmelo. Backing down. Oh, that's blocked. 1:27 left here in the fourth quarter. Here's Rainman. And count it. 2 points with a chance for one more at the free throw line.
And how did he get that to go?
Even after the whistle, I like the awareness, the alertness, and the presence of mind to finish the play.
1:19 left in the fourth quarter. Chandler with the screen on Jennings. Felton with the ball. And Jennings picks him up defensively. Out of bounds. Detroit takes possession.
That's a poor possession. You just give away the ball with a sloppy pass.
Pistons leading by 10. Here's Rainman. There's the dish to Jennings. He passes to Rainman. Clock at 6. The Pistons need to get off a shot here. Drummond. They get it back. Stuckey outside. Pass to Rainman. Makes the lead pass. And Drummond throws it down.
And the fans loving what's transpired here tonight. A really good victory for these guys.
Sure was. I mean, they did just what they needed to do to keep the visitors from getting any momentum going at all.
Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. The drive by Jennings. Rainman. That falls. Great assist by Brandon Jennings.
Boy, they're extending their lead. It kind of feels like they're just piling on here as we come to an end.
Well, hey, let's just call it what it is. They are trying to run it up on them.
Anthony off a pick from Chandler. They need this. And it's out of bounds to the Knicks as New York retains possession. And so it's the Pistons taking care of business here.
So 25 points for you on the night. You have to feel like you played a major role in this win with all of your offensive contributions. Any thoughts on your performance?
Yeah, I was definitely happy with the way things turned out. I thought the team played well as a whole, though, to tell you the truth. It's great that I was able to contribute to the win as much as I did, but my individual performance isn't really my main concern. You know what I'm saying? I'll give mine if it makes sense for the team, but I'm happy to step aside if it don't feel right. Good team win, baby. That's all I can say.
Fans got down.
Does that. When everybody trying to be now, I was that. They could never stop me. That's why I love rap. Been living the life, crazy ice. Swag, the gear, the bread, all the whips is a year ahead. I only fear the feds. Funny cause I had the vision since Calico. Back then, still ain't reached my peak though. Louis loafers, yeah, polo peacoat. Call me whenever the boss is me, yo. I drove Poppy crazy, so the industry's never gonna stop me, baby. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. No, you can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me, baby. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. cause I ain't cocky. I just know one thing, they can't stop me. Whether I'm on Fifth or LA at the swap meet, it's all good, cause I know.
Time to go out there and ball, man. Ain't no stopping us tonight. None, baby. It's on. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Listen to that talk in that huddle. He wants them going out there with some intensity. And welcome, everyone, to another presentation of the NBA on 2K Sports. Along with Steve Kerr and Clark Kellogg, this is Kevin Harlan. And now a quick check of our starting lineups for both teams. One of the top caliber players we'll be watching is LeBron James.
He is arguably the best defensive player in the game today. The amazing thing is that he can guard all 5 positions. You think back, I think that's unprecedented. I don't think anybody has ever had that type of defensive ability in the history of this league.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there. I mean, and his defense is so good it even makes highlights. How about that? I mean, you love his aggressiveness, chasing down blocks, staying on ball handlers at the hip. I mean, knocking the ball against the backboard. I mean, he does everything, and he does it with such force and agility and flair, but it's kind of understated flair. I mean, he is really quite special as a player.
We'll see the Miami Heat defending home turf in the Eastern Conference. And this is their first time matched up with the Pistons this year. Guys, they came out on top of the season series matchup a season ago, taking 2 of the 3 away from them.
And looking back to last year, they won this season series, as you'd probably expect.
To touch again on Steve's comment, last year they were a playoff team facing a team that went home at the end of the regular season, and Clark, they took advantage.
Yeah, that to me is what makes a playoff team, Kevin. I mean, beating the teams you should beat and then not having any significant letdown.
Now here's Jennings. He had a 12-point outing in their last game against Philadelphia. And it's out of bounds to the Pistons as Detroit retains possession. Here's Rain Man. Last game out, he had 14. First quarter of play, 1 minute played.
Detroit really is one of the younger teams in the league as far as their core and future are concerned. It's always nice to kind of think, what might they become going forward? But they are going to struggle at times, especially on the road.
Now here's Wade against Charlotte. He was really on his game.
He has no fear, guys. He is more than willing to mix it up in the paint with the big boys.
And you can count it. He'll go to the line with a chance to make it 3.
And that kind of power move has become a trademark for him.
Pistons did have big problems getting wins on the road, and that is one of the reasons why the fans were a bit frustrated with how the team developed over the course of last year. Steve, they just couldn't finish off games when they were the road team.
Yeah, that's right, Kevin. Just 11-30 away from the Palace. And, you know, when you're a young team, it takes a lot of mental toughness and growth to be able to close out games on the road. It's something they're still learning.
Here's Bosch following the score by Josh Smith. LeBron outside. Back to Bosch. A baseline J. Good, and the assist goes to LeBron.
He presents a defender with a serious challenge, always. Well, LeBron James was probably his best season statistically a year ago. I don't think there's any question about it, guys. I mean, certainly it was his most efficient offensive season. I mean, he had career highs of 56% shooting from the floor and 41% from long range. I don't know if we've seen a player of his size put together those kinds of numbers with the types of shots that he takes. I mean, just absolutely stunning what he did in terms of his efficiency last season.
Well, with that much space off the pick, you've got to drop that in.
Yeah, you got to make that one. I mean, that's a high-quality shot you should make 9 out of 10 times.
No good from Raymond.
Well, what appeared to be an easy 2 points just never materialized.
And for LeBron James this season before last, he really focused on scoring in the post. You know, Steve, using his size and strength.
And we've seen his field goal percentage climb as a result. The low post work, I think the selection, too, he shoots fewer three-pointers but a higher percentage. So now, you know, how do you guard the guy? He's got everything in the package.
And there's the call on Bosch. That is his first foul of the game. Monroe gets a screen from Drummond. Jennings kicks to Drummond. 6 on the shot clock. It's back to Jennings. Lets it go from the baseline and nails it. Jennings has got his first basket of the night. Well, it was Miami winning their last game against Charlotte.
Well, Kevin, they constructed a perfect offensive game plan going into that game, and it was quickly apparent how powerless the defense was to stop it.
Powerless is a good way to put it, Steve. We're unlikely to see that many uncontested baskets again anytime soon. Some hang time on that rim puts a little whipped cream on that angel food cake there.
It's a tight ball game, and those displays of strength, Clark, can get one team rolling.
Agreed. Oh, boy. Whipped cream, cherry on top. It always comes back to dessert for Clark.
You know, Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra worked his way up from the very bottom in that organization. I mean, he got his start as a video coordinator, and through years of hard work and dedication has really become an outstanding coach.
Boy, we don't see that too often. No defender on him, and he just clanks the open jumper.
Smith outside. There's 1:26 left to play in the first quarter. Here's Rain Man, right now averaging 15 points a game. Gives him the lead pass, stolen by Wade. And here we go. Wade heading to the hoop. Rips down the breakaway slam. And here are the Heat now. Chalmers with it, averaging 10 points per contest. It's LeBron with the drive. Anderson. The jump hook. And a big bounce off the rim, but it sinks right in. And it's a 3-point Miami lead. And back to Coach Eric Spoelstra as a guy who got his start as a video coordinator, picking the game apart. Steve, he's very comfortable with the new advanced stat movement, analytics in the NBA.
Yeah, and I've had a chance to speak with him quite a bit. He says that the way they use advanced stats is just as a conversation piece in the coaching room. Their analytics department will bring them various information, and it will force them to ask questions, which is very healthy for a coaching staff to do.
And Detroit looking at who they've got. Rain Man in at shooting guard. Smith out there with Caldwell Pope. Then it's Greg Monroe. And it's Siva in at the point guard position. From the sideline, let's catch up with Doris Burke.
Hey guys, Rain Man in their last game against the 76ers did some really solid work on the floor. He ended with 14 points, and he also added a few assists as he set up his teammates as well. It was just a solid outing for him, and one that every coach likes to see.
Thank you, Doris. He was the player they leaned on that night, Steve, and he didn't disappoint them.
No, he didn't. In fact, he did everything they asked of him and more. And I think he really enjoys being that go-to guy for them.
Yeah, I think he relishes that because he knows he's capable of doing it. He's had some performances that have fortified his confidence in that role. So he's in a good place right now.
A lot of people thought the East would be a cakewalk for Miami last year, but Indiana made sure that wasn't going to be the case. What a series with the Pacers using their size and strength to pound Miami down low, and eventually the Heat were able to pull it out, but boy, was that a tough series.
Here's LeBron. No good with the elbow jumper. Pistons trailed by 5. He feeds it to Stuckey. Oh, he's going up for the alley-oop here, and Drummond throws it down.
You can see the eye contact there. Gave a little nod and then burst to the rim for the alley-oop slam.
No doubt, Clark. A pair of teammates with a terrific feel for each other out on the floor.
And what a play to make in a close game, a potential momentum builder.
Here's Bosch after the made shot from Andre Drummond. LeBron dishes to Wade. 5 to shoot. The Heat need to get a shot off. Bosch can't get it to go. And just to touch back on the Eastern Conference Finals, went to a Game 7 where Miami ran away with the game But, you know, Clark, if it weren't for the heroics of LeBron earlier in the series, it could have been the Pacers that took on San Antonio in the finals.
You know, I was thinking a little bit about two former ABA teams meeting in the NBA Finals, but the Heat managed to steal Game 1, and I thought that proved to be the difference in the end. That was a game the Pacers had and didn't squeeze. But the way these two teams are constructed, they talk about putting something extra on it. That dunk was way over the top.
Close game or not, Clark, you know, he's going to finish firm when he gets the space.
Still, I mean, startling that he'd even try that right now.
Close game as we wrap up the second quarter.
And now, brought to you by Sprint.
Thanks for joining us.
The Sprint Halftime Report, presented by Sprint.
And now the start of the second half. Neither side jumping out ahead through the first two quarters. You look at Josh Smith in this game, I mean, he has been everywhere.
Yeah, he played a very mature first half offensively, just finding gaps and making good decisions, getting into the defense and knocking down shots.
Well, the way he played that first half, that's exactly what we're talking about when we say offensive efficiency.
Chalmers and D. Wade are the guards. Chris Bosh is out there with Shane Battier, and it's LeBron in at the small forward position. So that's who Eric Spoelstra starts the second half with. There's the pick. Jennings for three. It's good. The assist that time from Smith. Jennings has got the first points of the second half up on the board for Detroit. Now Chalmers. Passes it to Wade. Feeds it to Bosh. Little over a minute gone here in the second half. Smith on the wing. He passes to Rainman. And it's Miami with the rebound.
Wade seems to be slowing down just a touch, and the difficulty as you get older when you're not a great jump shooter, which Wade is not, is that the defenses will back off you, and that's the big challenge now for Dwayne Wade, adjusting to that newer style of defense that he's going to be looking at.
How about that now? What a sensational finish.
Oh, got to be able to get some hang time to do that one.
Yeah, you got to rise and levitate.
Suspend yourself.
Yeah, levitate.
And glide. And glide. You got to glide in and reverse it home. So sweet.
Gets it to go. 14 points for Josh Smith. And Steve, you go back to the strong output for Dwayne Wade last season for the fourth time. In his career, he averaged over 20 points and 5 rebounds and 5 assists a game. Clark, one of only 4 players in the league last season to hit that mark.
And Kevin, he led all shooting guards in player efficiency rating for the 5th consecutive season. Some might argue, but the numbers speak truth. He's the best shooting guard in the game.
Bosh kicks to Wade. Wade right side, and the wing jumper offline.
It has not been an ideal start to the second half. They've missed 3 of their first 4.
And Doris Burke has something for us. Hey, Doris.
Gentlemen, when you look at the Heat finding the right pieces to build a championship, Shane Battier has been one of those important pieces. Coach Eric Spoelstra said, quote, "From a basketball IQ standpoint, Shane was a perfect match for LeBron. I've never coached 2 players with such high-level basketball IQ. And gentlemen, the Heat have been able to find all the right pieces to build a championship. And Shane Battier has been one of those important pieces."
Certainly a cerebral approach to the game. Much appreciated, Doris. Thank you.
He got there late, but you do have to like the aggressiveness to go after the block. But that one's going to count.
Phillips passes to Rainman. And the layup's good off the glass. Rainman's got his 3rd basket of the night right there.
He really made that mismatch pay off. A defender giving up that much size isn't going to be able to put up much resistance near the basket.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Rainman. That is his first foul of the game.
Looked to me like the defender didn't get squared up and get his feet set.
Good work by the officials. A nice call. That play can be tough to judge sometimes.
And the Pistons making a change here. Stuckey's checked in. The kick out to LeBron. LeBron right side. He's guarded by Stuckey with the fadeaway. That is good.
And they're beginning to fall apart a little bit defensively, especially inside.
Well, that's 4 straight buckets now at the rim. A lot of people picked the Heat to run away with the East last year, and they were right on target. They were just so far and away better than any other team in the East that you just didn't see them losing much during the course of the season.
LeBron against Stuckey. And they double him up with LeBron. And Chalmers kicks to Oden. Off target from the baseline. Clark, as you said, the Heat clinched the East pretty early and were able to rest up a lot of their players down the stretch. Steve, never easy to win when everyone expects you to win games, but the Heat didn't seem fazed by the pressure at all.
Well, this is a championship team, and I think once you win that first title, you get a different level of confidence, and that showed last season as Miami rolled to their second title in a row.
He dishes it to Allen. LeBron outside. LeBron gets the screen from Vernado. Oden with a screen for LeBron. Pass to Chalmers. Ripped away. Here's Rain Man, covered by LeBron. Stuckey passes to Rain Man. 1:33 left in the third quarter. 6 to shoot. Can't get it to go. And it's Miami the other way.
Well, it was about midway through last season, guys, that we started hearing the rumors about Greg Oden working out and getting back in shape so he could make a return to the NBA. And lo and behold, here he is, the former Ohio State standout.
Stuckey against LeBron. With the putback. Controls the rebound and puts it back up and in. Oden's got his second bucket of the game to go.
You can't let someone of his skill go unbodied at the rim like that. Box him out. Get him away from the basket. He'll make you pay with tip-ins like you just saw.
Here's Smith in low to Monroe. The pass to Raymond. Screen by Monroe. Rodney Stuckey on the wing. Steps back and shoots. It's hauled in by LeBron. And for Oden, a new start in the NBA, the former #1 overall pick out of Ohio State back in 2007 for the Portland Trail Blazers.
Such a shame, the repeated knee injuries that kept Oden from achieving all that he'd hoped for in Portland, but you just hope that he would eventually get a chance to return and come back, so it's nice to see him out on the floor.
So for the Pistons, Andre Drummond's checked in for Monroe. Caldwell Pope comes in for Rodney Stuckey. And it's Jennings in for Chauncey Billups. Here's Rain Man. Again, the miss by the Pistons.
Obviously, they're evenly matched teams on the inside. The rebound numbers are very even.
Yeah, I've been impressed with just both teams' energy, just really working hard on the board.
Gets it to go. Now, here is Smith. The three. Oh, and he just knocked down the buzzer beater.
Oh, what a monster shot to close out the third. They've taken the lead going into the final quarter.
Nothing like NBA action. So
And thanks for joining us again as the fourth quarter of play is set to get rolling. It's been a close battle to this point. Now let's take a moment to get your guys' take on the scoring so far for the Pistons.
Fellas, it's impossible to ignore what a good job they've done at the free throw line throughout the game.
And they're attacking the gaps in the defense with their quick, aggressive drives into the paint area.
Our fourth quarter action underway, presented by Gatorade. All fueled up and ready to go. Let's reset the lineups. On the floor for Detroit, Rain Man, he's in at point guard. Rodney Stuckey out there with Smith. Then there's Jennings, and it's Drummond in at the 5 down low.
His one miss there could be important. There's a big difference, a huge difference between a 2-point lead and a 3-point lead.
And it's Smith finishing it off.
Textbook example there of how to use defense to create offense.
Yeah, beautiful transition play after the steal all the way to the basket.
Wasted no time going from defense to offense.
It feels like they're starting to pick up the intensity as the game itself starts to get a little more tight and close.
Chalmers dishes the box. And fouled hard that time. He'll get to the line and shoot two.
You know, Miami went to that smaller lineup last season, and Big change in that was having Chris Bosh move over to the 5 spot. Not his natural position, but I thought he held his own both offensively and defensively playing in the middle.
Greg Monroe, he's checked in for Josh Smith. Rain Man passes to Drummond. Stuckey, Battier with the steal. LeBron outside. Bosh with the bucket. Bosh has got 4 points now in the quarter. And for Bosh, playing the center, Steve, he's giving up some weight out there.
But he's a very smart defender. He avoids fouls. And the way the league is these days, Kevin, most teams play smaller. And Bosh can normally find a center that he can guard without too much trouble. But there are a few matchups around the league that are a problem.
Well, they got the speed and the pressure of that Miami defense. You think they're able to compensate for any lack of size inside by using those other things.
Yeah, that's normally the case against, I would say, the vast majority of the league.
A moment to check in with Doris Burke. Doris?
Well, guys, I was able to listen in on what Eric Spoelstra was going over with his team in that last huddle. He actually lit into them pretty heavily, saying, we're being way too soft on the inside. I'd better start to see some toughness and more shots being challenged. No more easy baskets. Pretty strong words, guys.
And it's good. That's now 8 points for Dwayne Wade.
And Kevin, he's really solidified his role as the closer on this team. You know, Miami struggled to figure out whether they'd go to LeBron or Bosh or Wade at first. I think Wade has become the guy.
Well, I tell you what, it's nice to have 2 guys that are capable of closing, Steve. And I agree with you, though. His aggressiveness and confidence probably give him a slight edge in closing over LeBron. You can play great defense on him, but he still typically finds a way to get the shot he wants.
Drummond, covered by LeBron, can't connect from short range.
This is why you need size inside, the ability to contest shots and force misses.
Steve, that's exactly right. Even when you get in close, it's still a tough shot.
He's created some good opportunities for himself and made the most of them.
Rain Man passes to Drummond. He kicks it to Stuckey. Pistons passing it around. And there's the feed to Monroe. Well-timed pass, and he goes straight to the bucket for the layup. Monroe's got 4 points now in the quarter.
That's a good shot for him there, but it's kind of puzzling to me that he's not calling for the ball today like he usually does. He has to do more if they're going to pull ahead.
Wade working against Billups. The jump hook. Dwayne Wade again. And the Heat lead by 2.
Unstoppable offense from both teams. I love the pace this game has been played at.
So does everybody else in the building. This has been a fun one.
Josh Smith, he's checked in for Detroit. Here's Rain Man. Tipped away. Here's Smith. Miami grabs the miss.
Boy, that was a tough one because if that goes down, you tie the score.
And you know they wanted it to go down. They put together a nice run. That would have tied it.
The shot's good from LeBron.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They keep getting in the paint and keep scoring points. Keep it going.
Yeah, not a lot you can do defensively when they continue to get the ball inside and get these easy shots.
You know, they'll want to just generate more of those shots in tight, guys.
Wade gets to Chalmers. And that's out of bounds. Miami will retain possession. .152 left to play here in the fourth. Here's Wade. The teardrop falls in. Wade's got 8 points here in this quarter.
Boy, they are just destroying them in the paint.
You could say that again, Steve. The defenders just aren't aggressive enough down low.
Monroe's shot is good.
Man, great ball movement. They're just picking this defense apart with their passing.
Well, how about the 3 Ps, Steve? Purposeful, precise, passing. We love it, and so does this team because they're taking advantage of it.
Battier kicks to Wade. Lock at 6. Cannot hit. The Pistons go the other way with it, coming off that loss against Philadelphia.
You know, they didn't exactly roll over. They had a good chance to win in that game. didn't come together for them at the right time.
Hey, the all-around effort was very solid, but they're not interested in moral victories. A loss is a loss.
The shot's good from the Rain Man.
See how he used the rim to protect the ball perfectly from the defender on that reverse.
Bosch, a screen on Billups, and it's Wade penetrating. It's Chauncey Billups with the rebound.
They really depend on him to convert those chances. A lot of times, even with solid D draped on him, they expect him to make it.
Smith, the pass for Rainman. Outside, Billups. Smith outside. Poked away! Off his foot. And it's being called a kickball. Brandon Jennings, he's checked in for the Pistons. Here's Rainman to take the lead. It's in!
Oh, that is a massive shot.
You know it is. He's stepping right into the spotlight.
There's 25 seconds left in the fourth. Now, here's Chalmers. Defense right on him. Dishes it to LeBron. Clock at 4. From long range. Off target from downtown. And so it's the Pistons who come out on top here. Clark, it was anybody's game right to the very end.
Yeah, it was. The coach is happy with the outcome, but maybe not so much with the margin.
Well, it's time to say so long. For Clark Kellogg, Steve Kerr, and Doris Burke, this is Kevin Harlan along with our 2K Sports crew thanking you for tuning in. Now it's time to present our Jordan Player.
Having just been named the Rookie of the Month, can you tell us how that feels?
It's a huge honor for me to win this award. I have to give a lot of credit to my teammates, our great fans, and the coaching staff for believing in me and giving me a chance to show what I'm capable of.
I does that. When everybody trying to be now, I was that. They could never stop me. That's why I love rap. Been living the life, crazy ice. Swag, the gear, the bread, all the whips is a year ahead. I only fear the feds. Funny cause I had the vision since Calico. Back then, still ain't reached my peak though. Louis loafers, yeah, polo peacoat. Call me whenever the bosses meet, yo. I drove Poppy crazy, so the industry's never gonna stop me, baby. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. No, you can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me, baby. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. No, you can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. Yo, I'ma call it confidence cause I ain't cocky. I just
The great one, Michael Jordan. His mark left indelibly on the city of Chicago. It's the NBA on 2K Sports. Hello, everyone. Great to have you with us. This is Kevin Harlan with Clark Kellogg and Steve Kerr. We've got a chance now for our starting lineups from point guard to center. This game should be a good one. And as we take a look at Brandon Jennings right here, guys, what's your take?
And Jennings is a tremendously quick player, Kevin. You know, not real physically dominant. He's got that skinny frame, but he's so fast and quick that he can get anywhere he wants on offense. And then defensively, he loves to read the passing lanes, make steals, and get out in transition.
Well, he's extremely tough to stop in the open court, Steve. I mean, his finishing is much improved, and when he gets around the rim, he has pretty good air time, hang time, and dexterity to glide past defenders and finish the play.
The Detroit Pistons come into this one after the win against the Bucks. And I don't think I was the only one surprised, not just by their win, but, guys, by what an emphatic win it was.
That was a heck of a performance for them offensively. There were some stretches there where it just seemed like everything was falling for them.
And it wasn't by accident they shot it that well. Their ball movement was excellent. That was the key to me.
That free throw good from Noah.
The Central Division was a tough division last year, guys, but the Pistons were able to hold their own against their rivals. I mean, they ended up 4th in the standings, but still had a good record against everybody else in the division at 8-8.
Noah hits them both. And in a division where 3 teams made the playoffs to go to 8-8 against the Central, shows you just how tough, Steve, the Pistons could be within the division.
And the Pistons have always been a mainstay in this Central Division, going way back with rivalries against the Cavs and Pacers and the Bulls. This is there's a lot of history in this division, and Detroit trying to regain its place amongst these great teams.
And now Doris Burke has an update from the sidelines.
Kevin, thank you. I spoke with the Pistons head coach for just a bit. He said that their defensive focus, no surprise, will be trying to keep Derrick Rose out of the lane. He added, "You know he's come a long way as an outside shooter, but he's a pick-your-poison type of player. We can't let him get into the paint." Makes sense, Kevin.
All right, Doris, thanks.
Well, he's so good at recognizing where the openings are and getting the ball to the rim.
We're about 1 minute into the
This
first.
Jimmy
Guys, Derrick
Butler
Rose is
that
a
I'm
native son of
guarding.
Chicago, and he grew up in the dangerous Inglewood neighborhood, the youngest of 4 brothers. But from very early on, his talent for the game was apparent. And those older brothers of his, they shielded him and protected him like an ember of hope for the entire family. And he certainly has allowed his light to shine bright.
Seems like guarding him on the perimeter is not a priority for this defense, but it will become one if he continues to knock them down.
Rain Man passes to Monroe. There's Jennings with the 3. Goes back up and counts the basket. He was fouled, and he's going to the line for one more.
He's a grinder. Love what he does under the offensive boards, really bringing energy and life to his team.
The Pistons shooting their first foul shot of the night.
Yeah, this is not a very good free throw shooting team to this point, guys. I mean, about 70% as a unit.
And guys, that allows their opponents to play very aggressive defense if they choose to, knowing it's not a bad thing to send them to the foul line.
And Clark, you know, back to Rose, the city of Chicago, as you expected, has embraced him. You know, it's interesting, Steve, to be a high pick, but drafted by your hometown team. The pressure there is pretty interesting.
I love at the United Center when they introduce him, they just say, from Chicago, and Derrick Rose. But, you know, with all the attention he gets, he's a very private and reserved person. Has a lot of respect amongst his teammates because he just handles himself with such class.
Dang, with the bucket.
A splendid pass that time by Rose.
For Detroit, they've gone 2 of 5 here,
Weird
making
thing.
40% so far to start out the game.
That was
Feeds it to
crazy
Jennings.
shot, bro.
Pass to Raymond. That falls. Great assist by Brandon Jennings. Rain Man's got 5 points so far. Butler dishes to Noah. The feed to Rose. Noah with a screen on Jennings. Back to Noah. Kicks to Rose. It's stolen. Here's Rain Man. He's covered by Rose. Screen by Monroe. Jennings kicks to Drummond. Working on Noah. Here's Rain Man. It's
Come
hauled in by Noah.
on.
Well, those chances are almost always
That's
2 points for him. I
automatic,
guess the
bro.
defense did what it had to do to bother him.
That finger roll layup is
I
automatic.
like the offensive awareness to exploit that lack of coverage on that play.
The Pistons have gotten 3 of 8 shots to fall for them here in the first quarter. Jennings passes to Rain Man. Monroe with a screen on Butler. Here's Rain Man.
On.
And foul called as he misses. He'll go to the line and shoot 2.
Hey, people had no idea, guys, how the Bulls were going to do last season dealing with the Rose injury, but they showed very quickly that they're going to be a team in the hunt, and they were still going to be hard to beat at home.
Mitchell, he's checked in for Detroit. He doesn't get the second
fucking
one.
sting,
and back to the
man.
Bulls at the United Center that Clark was just mentioning, 24-17 here in this building a year ago. And even though, Steve, they didn't have a lot of high-flying highlights here, they knew how to close out games.
Well, they defend, and that's the main thing. If you want to finish and close out games, you have to be able to defend and rebound, and that's what Tom Thibodeau's teams are always all about, and this year is no exception.
Here's Butler.
Look out, man!
Already shaken.
And this sort of awesome dunk is one
Let
of the
me
reasons
be a
this
fucking
team is
point
in
guard,
charge of this game right
man.
now.
Clark, there is a swagger out here on the court that they possess and are not
Look
afraid
at this
to show it
damage,
either.
bro.
Those are phenomenal dunks to watch. So much fun.
Pour it down that time.
Pass to Boozer. Outside Boozer. Second shot opportunity. No good. Smith with the defensive effort. Pistons trail by 6. On the floor for Detroit. Rain Man in its shooting guard. Andre Drummond is out there with Smith. Then it's Bynum. And it's Caldwell Pope in at the 3 spot. Shot to stop the run. The shot's good from the Rain Man. Rain Man's got 7 points.
Well, you know, Andre Drummond got off to a phenomenal start his rookie season. I mean, the fans in Detroit were campaigning for him to get more minutes. But the Pistons kept him under 20 minutes a game, and when his back troubles crept up, it kind of vindicated their plan to bring him along slowly.
And keeping us updated from the sideline, let's swing it over to Doris Burke for an update. Hi, Doris.
Hey guys, Rain Man in their last game against the Bucks played really well. He dropped 14 points and also hauled in a few rebounds as well. You really couldn't point to too many things he did wrong in what was a complete performance from him, guys.
All right, Doris. Well, what do you guys think? Does that kind of big performance energize a player in his next game, or has it, like Steve, you began taking a toll physically?
I think it just depends on the individual, Kevin. Probably depends on, how he's feeling physically overall. But usually a guy who has a big night like that, it's going to carry over. Just the confidence, it'll carry to the next game.
Yeah, I would not disagree with you on there, Steve. There's something about confidence in this game that really fuels you and energizes you. When you've performed well, then you feel like you can do it again and again and again.
And Steve, going back to Drummond, talk about that balancing act for coaches. How much time to give a rookie? How much rope do you give him?
Well, it all depends on where your franchise is at that particular time. If you're a playoff team, you probably don't give a rookie much time. But if you're young and rebuilding like the Pistons are, you give him a lot of rope, a lot of time, and hope that he learns what the NBA is all about as it grows from one night to the next.
Here's Rain Man, and he's knocked off course by the D. The foul called. He'll shoot free throws. It's going to be on Kirk Heinrich.
Bulls had won the Central each of the last 2 seasons, but were unable to make it 3 in a row as the Pacers grabbed the Central Division title last season. Still, considering the injuries, the Bulls had a good run.
And back to the Bulls. They went 9-7 in division last year, Steve, and kept pace with the Pacers for a while for the title, but never could really close the gap.
Seems like the Bulls are always in the mix for the Central Division title. I mean, since the realignment in 2004, the Bulls have never finished in the bottom of this division, and more often than not, they're in one of the top 2 spots.
Just 2 to shoot. Dang can't get it to go.
Well, I think the defense got lucky right there. I mean, he's going to make a lot more of those than he misses when he's got that much room.
Up top, Jennings. Three-pointer. Carlos Boozer pulls it in.
You know, they haven't been able to open up a big lead, but the rebounds are starting to add up for them. They may be able to pull away a little bit.
Yeah, they've been doing the dirty work inside, Steve, playing a very tough brand of basketball.
Pass to Monroe. Another shot. And he tries off the glass, but it's no good. Last game for Chicago, it was a loss to the Heat.
Well, they heaved up a lot of ill-advised three-pointers in that loss. Guys, they were way too trigger-happy from downtown.
Yeah, and that's not the area on the court where you want to be forcing shots from. Heck, you were a great three-point shooter, and you know that, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, it comes and goes, but you can't just rely on that when things aren't going your way.
Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Bulls moving the ball around. Here's Dang. Brandon Jennings comes up with a rebound.
And they'll probably let the clock wind down here.
Exactly. No need to give the ball back before the end of the quarter.
Rain Man passes to Drummond. Outside Jennings. Elbow shot. And that one's good. Jennings has got his first points in this one. Second quarter ends in a tight one. Pistons lead by 1. Stay with us, folks. We'll get back just after halftime.
Now, presented by Sprint.
Welcome, fan.
The Sprint Halftime Report, presented by Sprint.
Well, both sides have assessed what they need to do over the break in halftime. We'll see now if one can pull out a way here in the third. It's been a clinic out there by Rain Man.
Well, he created a lot of opportunities for himself in the first couple of quarters. And tell you what, he was smart with his shot making too. Really took good ones.
You know, points per shot attempted is really one of the undervalued stats in the game, and it's a real measurement of efficient scoring.
Up front, Boozer and Noah. D. Rose and Jimmy Butler, the back. And it's Dang in at the 3 spot. So that's the 5 in the game for Chicago. And it's Rose penetrating. Knocks it loose. A putback and finish off by Noah.
Now that's no run-of-the-mill putback there.
Well, the rebound and then the dunk, one on top of the other.
The 1-2 punch, you gotta love it.
Rain Man passes to Smith. Jennings with the ball. And Rose picks him up defensively. The shot's good from the Rain Man.
The screenplay worked ideally there, and I'm not talking about the screenplay you see in a movie theater. Gave him more than enough room to get that shot off.
Outside Rose. Makes the lead pass. Noah's shot is off.
He got the shot he wanted off that pick, just couldn't get it to fall.
But Steve, they'll take that play all day long, 10 times out of 10. That was good action.
No good from Raymond.
You know, Boozer had his name floated around at the trade deadline last season, guys. There were a number of teams that were very interested in having his physicality and scoring ability down low.
Now Detroit moving it up. Okay, well, let's check in with Doris Burke reporting from our sideline in this game. Doris, take it away.
Gentlemen, last season it seemed there was a little back and forth between head coach Tom Thibodeau and the Bulls front office regarding the big minutes he gave his starters. Thibodeau said, quote, "It's never the right amount of minutes. That's the only thing I know. If a guy's not playing big minutes, it's not enough minutes. Then if a guy's playing big minutes, it's too many minutes. So you play to win. That's the whole thing. And when you're a young team, guys can handle minutes." But guys, both Dang and Noah missed significant time. Noah only playing 66 games in the regular season. Dang out through the last 7 games of the playoffs. You wonder if maybe they have a point.
They've worked to round out the roster, Doris. That should help those minutes stay down. 6 to shoot. Count that one. And that's now 20 points for Rain Man. And you wonder why Boozer's name would be floated in trade rumors. I mean, one of the top rebounding power forwards in the game can score inside and outside.
Well, I think, Kevin, teams are becoming more and more cap conscious with the new collective bargaining agreement. And Boozer is a very highly paid player, so even though he's productive, I think some people are going to look at that contract and maybe shy away from it.
Gibson setting the pick for Rose. Loses the defender with the screen and drills the jumper. Rose has got 5 now.
Solid screen right there that freed him up for the jump shot.
Monroe with a screen on Rose. Rain Man passes to Monroe. Rebound by the Bulls. Their last encounter was in Detroit, where they were able to handle the Pistons.
Yeah, and in that matchup, it was a really aggressive game. And I thought the foul trouble that resulted was really the difference in the game.
Noah dishes to Rose. Shot from 6. Gets the bucket and
you get a bucket.
it's going to be on Chauncey Billups.
Tell you what, he is so difficult to guard, especially on a shot like that one.
Detroit making a switch here. Muhammad's checked in. I'd like to mention again what Steve just pointed out. Foul trouble ended up being a big factor, Clark, in what was a very tight ballgame.
Well, discipline on their side, Kevin, a little recklessness on the other side, and you're right, that told the tale.
Mike Dunleavy, he's checked in for Chicago. Pistons have gone 4 of 6 so far from the line, missing a couple.
Tell you what, it's hard to argue with the record for Coach Tom Thibodeau of the Bulls, but the rumor mill has it that the front office hasn't been happy with how hard he's ridden his top players. Luol Deng missed time last season with the hamstring injury. Joakim Noah came down with plantar fasciitis. Hey, those things happen, and I'm not quite sure you can put that at the feet of Tom Thibodeau.
And going back to Tom Thibodeau and that minutes load on his stars, it seems it's getting harder for players to weather big minutes, Steve, these days.
I think it's going to be really interesting going forward to see this Bulls team this year and beyond. Will that wear them down? Their guys play too many minutes. They've had a lot of injuries. I think it's time to scale back a little bit on the minutes played.
Bulls making a switch here. Heinrich's checked in. Outside Butler. He kicks to Dang. Shoots it up. Dunleavy's shot is off. Detroit leading by 4. Now Stuckey. He has 6. Rejected by Heinrich. And here is Butler. Dang up top. The shot is off. And it's Detroit the other way.
Well, Luol Deng, an all-star for the second straight time in 2013. You know, the numbers don't jump off the page at you, but boy, is he tough and consistent and productive. He's a big part of why the Bulls remain one of the top teams in the East.
Gibson backs in. He trains the turnaround jump shot. Gibson's got 10 points in the game. And we can talk all we want about their passing, but from three-point range, these point guards have been filling it up for the past month. We'll take a look at Heinrich. 3rd in the NBA. He's someone that, if you leave him alone, he's going to knock it down. And, of course, Chauncey Billups, several spots down.
Well, a lot of the point guards in the NBA don't get enough credit for how well they shoot the ball. So give this group their due. Some outstanding long-range shooters right there.
No question about it, Steve. And being able to knock down the 3-ball as well as this group can makes them so much more effective at the point guard spot. It really causes problems for the defense.
And Gibson kicks to Rose. Back to Gibson. Dishes to Dang. Pulls up on the wing.
Box
The Bulls
out,
keep it alive.
man. Where's the box out? What
Uh-oh, on
my
the wing.
center
He's guarded
and
by Billups.
power forward
Here's
doing,
Gibson.
bro?
Shot is no good. Good work defensively by Monroe. Here's Rain Man. And a foul on the shot. He'll go to the stripe for 2. That one on Rose.
Well, at least the defender got his money's worth on that one.
Yep, that was an easy whistle for the official.
The Pistons have converted 4 of 7 free throws on the night. And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time.
He's been having a tough game from the free throw line, but finally he gets it done.
It's off his leg. And it's whistled a kick. Here's Dang. 1 second left. Shot no good. And that's it for the third quarter. Both teams scoring well as we head to the fourth.
Tune in next Sunday.
Hello and thanks for joining us, folks. The fourth quarter of play should begin momentarily. Let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Pistons.
I thought maybe they'd cool off a bit at halftime, but they've just continued to shoot well.
I've been impressed with how well they penetrated tonight, too.
And Detroit, looking at who they've got. Josh Smith and Greg Monroe at the 3 and 4. Jennings out there with Rain Man, and it's Drummond in at the 5, down low. Goes off the pick from Noah. Right side Rose. 6 on the shot clock. Bullseye.
And this game is really heated up. I didn't think it could get any more high scoring than it already was.
Well, there's always room for more offense, Steve. You know that.
Fourth quarter just getting started. 1 minute in the books. Here's Rain Man. That falls. Great assist by Brandon Jennings. Jennings has got assist number 5 here tonight. And I think Doris Burke has something for us right now. Doris?
Hi, guys. Over that break, I was able to catch the message Tom Thibodeau was giving to his team. He was emphatic. We're not getting it done, fellas. We've simply got to step up, get engaged, and try to battle back. Guys, we'll see if the pep talk gets them going.
And that one's good, Boozer.
Carlos
Such a
Boozer
difficult shot
fucking
to
doing
defend, that
fairway
turnaround.
shot.
Here's Rain Man. He's covered by Rhodes. The dish to Jennings. Again, the Pistons good for 2. Bulls trail by 10. Knocked away. Here's Rain Man. Now that's how to finish the break. Throw down with force.
Textbook example there of how to use defense to create offense.
Yeah, beautiful transition play after the steal all the way to the basket.
Wasted no time going from defense to offense.
And it feels like they're starting to pick up the intensity as the game itself starts to get a little more tight and close.
And it's Butler missing. Pistons leading by 12. Oh, good from Rain Man.
Usually if he gets to the rim, he's converting it into points. But the defense stood tall there.
And it's Rose penetrating. That's blocked. Here's Rain Man. He's covered by Boozer. He feeds it to Drummond. He dishes it to Smith. The pass to Jennings. Here's Rain Man. He's covered by Rose. Here's Rain Man. Pushing it up.
Turnover ball. What I'm
Butler
doing.
passes to Rose. A good finish at the rack off the slick feet.
I'll tell you
My
what I love
stamina
about him.
is
His
so
ability
low.
to finish even while absorbing contact. He is so strong. Even with defenders hanging all over him, he continues to finish at the basket.
And that's not all there is to say about him, Steve. I mean, he also is a master of the pick and roll. Get the ball in his
Heal,
hands and set a
man.
screen
Play
for
the
him, and there will be an
time.
easy
My
bucket
God.
after.
One-on-one fast break. And the dunk to finish it off. Ah, beauty.
Boy, extremely opportunistic defense leading to those points there.
That dunk, Clark, coming within seconds of the steal.
Love the way they convert from defense to offense.
But that's what happens when you get all 5 guys on a string defensively ready to react and make a play.
That makes it 10 of their last 12 points coming from inside the painted area.
Yep, that's something that the defense has to put a stop to. Maybe a defensive adjustment is necessary here.
Noah dishes to Rose. Noah's shot is off. Clark, if they want to, they can milk the clock just a little bit here.
Amen. I think that's the best option.
Rain Man passes to Drummond. Here's Rain Man. He passes to Monroe. Stolen by Noah. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Rain Man. That is his first foul of the game. Chauncey Billups checked in for Brandon Jennings. 1:39 left in the fourth quarter. Rose kicks to Boozer. And that is good. Boozer's got 4 points now in the quarter.
And that assist earned him a little nod from his teammate after the basket.
Pistons leading by 12. Feeds it to Drummond. Stolen by Noah. Pass to Butler. Kicks it to Boozer. Back to Butler. Good ball movement here by the Bulls. Here's Rose. No luck. Excellent D there from the Rain Man. Detroit's gone 5 of 8 from three-point land. 15 points and a deep ball for them tonight.
You know, because Josh Smith doesn't put up huge numbers in any one area of the game, He sometimes gets overlooked for what he does on the floor, and one of the most versatile big men in the game.
And Steve, you mentioned Smith's versatility. Clark, there's no doubt he really fills up a stat sheet.
Points, rebounds, assists, steals, blocks. Kevin, he does it all, really, and pretty tough defense, too. An all-star caliber player, there's no doubt about that.
The feed now to Rose. Billups with the block. 52 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And the shot falls short this time.
Well, I think he kind of alligator armed that one, short stroked it. After doing a nice job to get open, he didn't finish the shot.
Here's Dang. Can't get it to go. Smith with the defensive effort. The Pistons have gone 6 of 9 on their field goal attempts since the start of the fourth quarter. Passes it to Rainman. And it's off from three-point range. Bulls have gone 4 of 10 here in the final period. Not the time to go cold. Outside Rose. The floater. That is good. And here is Billups. And so it's the Pistons taking care of business here. Some days, Clark, everything goes right for a team, and they just had one of those games.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, these guys played a great all-around basketball game here.
Great game out there tonight. You set your career high in points. Was this just a one-time outburst, or do you see yourself scoring like this on a regular basis?
Believe me, this is a conversation we're going to be having several more times in the future. I may have got my career high tonight, but that's just for tonight. I'm getting better every day, so don't be surprised if I top that mark next game. And the game after that, and the game after that. I feel like the sky's the limit for me, you know?
We make it cool to be something. 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 On my grandmama's home. Hollywood never to the southern side approach. Collard green pockets, but a southern fried flow. Candy yam drop with some cornbread to throw. Mean high. Been this way since I was knee high. We swing whips, old schools like my paw. You can't get. Now which of them said that we can't flip? I hit it like switches, blow the paint flip. Straight up on my grandmama pole. The heart of a king born in the 1980s. But we ain't never seen it like me late. The devil never scared for the style when I carry a cane. Refrain from being lame. I got a surefire way to get a game what it came for. A third coast, still bustin' style fun. Hit it like switch, we make it cool to be something. I'm talking about the dirty side. Folks with the grills and miles. We make it cool to be something. Everybody wanna ball nowadays, but don't nobody wanna get paid. We make it cool to be something. Get down if you wanna crack a seal. We make it cool to be something. Return to forever all day. Them country people feel what I say. We make it cool to be something. Get down this country road, country flow, country fold, country thigh, 24 on the caddy, tight set. My play always never fade. I got 'em from my granddaddy. Old school, so smooth. The type of friend that you could comb through, or you could cut it with a butter knife. Spread it on the brain of a dame for some change, but that's only if you cut it right. Off top, my drop, rim top, no cops, drain top. Lord knows I ain't seen it with my off top, grain grip, rim top, no cop. And when she tell me, Lord knows she mean I been this way since I was knee high. To a grasshopper, getting monies in my Levi's. I mean my jeans, pints all clean. Bird's eye view with my frame on lean. We make it cool to be something. I'm talking about the dirty side. Folks with the grills and miles. We make it cool to be something. Everybody wanna ball nowadays, but don't nobody wanna get paid. We make it cool to be something.
All right, y'all.
That is a very
Quit
confident
yapping,
team by
man.
the sound of it in their huddle.
This guy have too much yap.
From suburban Detroit, we proudly bring you the Pistons at the Palace of Auburn Hills. We've got a chance now for our starting lineups from point guard to center. This game should be a good one. And guys, what do you think we'll be seeing from Josh Smith in this one?
Well, his shot blocking is always a factor, guys. That presence around the rim defensively just changes the whole picture strategically.
Another thing about him is how quick he is to react when he's defending near the hoop. A lot of his blocks, so to speak, come at waist level because he pokes the ball away as his man is on the way up.
The Detroit Pistons come into this one after the win against the Bulls in Chicago.
And you know what was most impressive? They wasted very few possessions in that game. They ran their offense close to perfection.
That's what we call a mute button game in front of a hostile crowd. They never let the fans get into it, had them on their hands the whole time.
Oh, he's going to keep banging those home if you give him that much space.
The Pistons have gone now 5 seasons, guys, without posting a winning record, and they're on their 4th coach in that time. Been musical chairs on the bench. Hopefully, they'll be able to find some stability there and some improvement on the court.
Bosch misses. Rain Man passes to Smith. Here's Rain Man. Wade is covering. Here's Rain Man. He picked up 36 points in their last one against the Bulls in Chicago.
And Kevin, he was amazing defensively as well. I mean, he was racking up steals left and right.
A moment to check in with Doris Burke. Doris?
Kevin, thank you. I spoke with the Pistons head coach for just a bit. Of course, the conversation veered to the challenge of defending LeBron James, and he said there's not a lot of good options with him. He can really do it all. I think you just have to try and stay in front of him, and if he gets in close, you have to bring help. And guys, we've seen LeBron really force the issue as far as getting into the lane. We'll see how they do.
Thanks a lot, Doris. And the Pistons' long rebuild has hurt attendance. There's no doubt about that. It's dropped over 20% over the last decade, down around 67% last season. Steve, last in the NBA.
Well, of course, this city has also been hit hard by the economy, Kevin, and that has played a role. But no question, the Pistons' struggles have led to the attendance dropping. Hopefully this team, with the good young talent they've put together, can get things turned around and get these fans back.
Battier playing the small ball 4, a stretch 4 they call it as well. At 6'8", he's got the size and strength to step into that role when the matchup is right for him.
Now here's Jennings, averaging 13 points a contest. Stolen by Chalmers. And LeBron James gets it to go.
You know, the instant that steal was made, they were off and running the other way.
Ball pressure, then a run-out seed. That's perfection to me.
And going back to Battier at the 4, he can play inside. He's got that, Steve, that little hook shot in the paint.
But the big thing is, the reason you play him at the 4 is to stretch out the defense. Battier can shoot the 3 from anywhere on the floor. So if you put him at the 4, now all of a sudden the lane is wide open for his teammates, and it becomes much more difficult to cover the entire floor for the defense.
The Heat shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw shots of the night, and the first one drops.
The Heat marched their way to the best record in the league last season, 66-16, and the ability to win on the road, a big part of that league best record.
Kyle Singler's checked in for the Pistons. He doesn't get the second one. And back to the Heat in their play on the road. 29 wins for them as the visiting side, and that was in another category compared to every other team in the league. Steve, nobody else really even came close.
No, nobody did. And I'll tell you what, when they went on their huge winning streak, it wasn't like they did it all at home. In fact, 13 of those 27 games during their winning streak were on the road, and that's not easy to do.
Took advantage of some shoddy defense there. They've got to at least get a finger on it.
And Chalmers kicks to Wade. Wade gets a screen from Battier. He feeds it to Bosch. He dishes it to LeBron. His 3-pointers off the mark. Looking at Miami, they took their win in their last game against the Timberwolves at Target Center.
Tell you what, the way they shot the ball that game, Kevin, it looked like a shoot-around out there.
It sure did, and all the more impressive because they did it on the road. You're not supposed to be able to get that hot in an opponent's building.
For Detroit, they have gone 1 for 2 on the night so far from the line.
Well, the season numbers for this club really low. I mean, this is something that the team has been focusing on. They've got to improve.
You know, they've really put themselves behind the 8 ball in so many of their games because they just have not been able to knock down those foul shots.
Now here's LeBron coming off a solid outing against Minnesota. Lewis down low, defended by Drummond. Detroit with the ball. They're on a 12-4 run. Jennings passes to Raymond. Monroe with a screen on Wade. In low to Monroe. And he can't extend the lead to double digits. The Heat trail by 8. They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Sure could, Kev. I mean, too many empty trips. They need some points.
Here's Lewis. The shot, no good. Good work defensively by Monroe. Rain Man passes to Jennings. Here's Rain Man. That drops. Rain Man's got 8 points.
If it ain't broke, don't.
Lewis against Monroe. Lewis kicks to Cole. Puts it up from 12, and he hits the jump shot. Cole's got his second bucket.
That's a nice job of getting the ball in the paint and burying the shot. That's exactly how it's done.
Josh Smith and Greg Monroe at the 3 and 4. Find him out there with Rain Man, and it's Drummond in at the 5. That's the group for Detroit right now. And they get it back. Another miss. Boy, they had their chance there, but couldn't get it to go. And Doris Burke has a report for us from the sideline.
Hey guys, Rain Man in their last game against the Bulls was simply terrific. He finished with 36 points, and that scoring outburst set a new season high for him in what was a great exhibition on his part. Just absolutely incredible numbers from him in a game you didn't want to miss. So glad we were here to watch it, Kevin.
Great job, Doris. Thank you, guys. It's going to be very interesting to see if he can stay in a role like that tonight.
I agree with you there. I mean, he obviously hit on something that brought out the best in him, and you can be sure he's going to take the exact same approach in this one.
Definitely. And as confident a player as he already was, now he's got to be feeling absolutely unstoppable.
Here's Cole after the made shot from Raymond. And Cole kicks to Lewis. No good with the triple.
Drummond was really playing extremely well during his rookie year, and all of a sudden showing the promise that scouts saw in him earlier, and then he had the back injury, and that really put a speed bump in his progress.
Now here's Drummond. He's had some playing time, but no scoring yet from him. Just 5 to shoot. Monroe, no good. The Heat trail by 7. Lewis attacking. Out of bounds. Detroit takes possession. Going back to Drummond, the Pistons training staff had found going into last season that despite his incredible athleticism, he did have some imbalances strength-wise.
That's something that often happens when a player comes out of college. He gets to the NBA, very sophisticated training staffs, and they find ways that players can improve athletically and strength-wise. And that's kind of scary when you're talking about Andre Drummond. I mean, as if he's not already athletic and strong enough.
Here is Chalmers, following the basket by Brandon Jennings. We've got 1:28 left in the first half of the game. No good from Raymond.
Tell you, he had all the time in the world to get that shot off.
One of the problems for the Pistons last season was they always seemed to come out after halftime flat. Just couldn't sustain the kind of intensity and focus needed to win consistently. That was a big part of why they had such a tough year.
Here's Rain Man after the made shot from Dwayne Wade. And the shot is good from the Rain Man. The Heat trail by 9. Wade kicks to LeBron. Back to Wade. LeBron James on the wing. Shot clock at 6. the shot, no good. Good work defensively by Stuckey. Well, going back to the Pistons, the third quarter for them was by far their worst scoring quarter. Several points lower than any other quarter they played in, and with the sample size you get over the course of a season, that is no accident.
Well, you know, what you think about now with a team like this is that if it's young, maybe they're not used to the tweaks and the adjustments that other teams are making at them over the halftime break. So this is an area for improvement for this Detroit team.
And it's Wade penetrating. And it's in. Oh, wow, he nails the buzzer beater.
Now, presented by Sprint.
From the
Sprint Halftime Report, presented by Sprint.
And now the third quarter have to get going. It's been a clinic out there by Rain Man.
Well, when he gets to the rim, I mean, you know he's going to score. That's just the way it is, and he's been getting there a lot so far today.
And, Steve, he's been operating at extremely close range. The D has to do a much better job of protecting the basket the rest of the way.
Our second half of basketball, and presented by Gatorade. Let's see who's all fueled up and on the floor to start the third. On the court for the Heat. On the wings, it's D. Wade and LeBron James. Chris Bosh is out there with Shane Battier, and it's Chalmers in at the 1 spot. Now here's Wade after LeBron James's miss. And here is Chalmers. He hasn't yet put up any points in this one. Lets it go from the wing. Gets it to go. Wade's got the first points of the second half up on the board for the Heat.
Yeah, he's got one of those shooting strokes that never changes, guys. I mean, even if a defender's all over him, he just never seems to flinch. A great quality to have as a shooter.
And you know what else, Steve? Watching him run the pick and roll is like watching poetry in motion. I mean, this guy has that basic play down pat. He's unstoppable when he runs it. You know, one of the things about the Heat since the Big Three has come together is that they've been able to find the right kinds of veteran players to step in and fill specific roles for this team as they've won a couple of championships now.
Now, here's Chalmers, averaging 10 points per contest. Bosh, that's good.
Very well done. He is a confident, dynamic scorer.
Pistons leading by 5. And let's catch up with our sideline reporter, Doris Burke. Doris, over to you.
Well, Kevin, almost an unbelievable stat, but back in 2007, LeBron finished the season shooting almost 48% from the field. Since then, he's improved his field goal percentage every single season for 6 straight years. Last season, shooting over 56%. A lot of that has been his dedication to playing closer to the basket. LeBron famously said of posting up, quote, "There's nothing fun about it." But since he's made that commitment, Coach Spoelstra said, quote, "He has completely transformed himself as a basketball player. And in the process, he has completely transformed us." 2 titles back it up, Kevin.
That's why he's a champion, Doris. Thanks.
Yeah, such an amazing talent. He impacts the game in every way.
Out of bounds, Miami takes possession. And it's easy to have players want to join the Heat when they're competing for an NBA title every season. But, Steve, even then, they find the ones that most fit their offensive and defensive philosophy. And that's when they're going to come up big for them.
Yeah, for sure. This team has done such a good job putting together this roster around LeBron and Wade. You think about Birdman in the playoffs last year. Battier coming in here as a stretch forward. They've just found the right players and the right mix, and that's one of the big reasons why this team is back-to-back NBA champs.
That's good. And the Pistons lead by 5.
They haven't been able to open up a big lead, but the rebounds are starting to add up for them. They may be able to pull away a little bit.
Yeah, they've been doing the dirty work inside, Steve, playing a very tough brand of basketball.
Now, here's Chalmers, averaging 10 points per contest. LeBron dishes to Anderson. Out of bounds, Detroit takes possession. And we get a break in the action. Let's check out the leaders in steals. We take a look at Chalmers, 5th in the NBA. Very crafty player.
He's been reliably getting takeaways all season long. And those kinds of plays that he makes change the course of a ball game.
And Detroit has possession. Here's Rain Man. Rebound by Mario Chalmers.
Well, he won't miss many of those, especially with the defender not in the best of positions there. Hey, last season Chalmers missed a game-winning shot. That happens to a lot of guys in this league, but what he did the next game is of note. He made 10 threes in arguably his best game ever, as he set a Miami Heat team record for makes beyond the arc.
Here's Rain Man. He kicks to Drummond. Smith outside. Nice ball movement by Detroit. Here's Rain Man. Count it. And he'll have a chance for a three-point play. Mario Chalmers picks one up. And Mario Chalmers grew up in Alaska. Not too many NBA players hailing from up there, taken with the 34th pick back in 08.
He's played his entire career with the Heat, and really it was a perfect situation for him when LeBron arrived, because he's a kind of a combo guard. He plays the point, but he's an excellent spot-up shooter, so he can play off of LeBron and Wade quite well.
You know, he's been the star of movies before, but Ray Allen recently shared some of his plans for what he'll do after basketball. First thing on his list is to get back in front of the camera and resume his acting career.
And Allen drops them both. And for Ray Allen, now 38 years of age, interesting to see how much longer, Steve, he thinks he can continue and how much teams feel he can continue.
Well, he's had some foot issues that have slowed him down a little bit. I thought he had a terrific regular season last year for the Heat, although maybe a little bit slow during the playoffs. But, great shooters have a way of sticking around.
Now here's LeBron after the miss from Raymond. The shot misses.
Unfortunately, that's been the result for him over and over, guys. He just cannot find the bottom of the basket.
Knocks it loose. Out of bounds. Pistons ball as Detroit keeps possession. The Heat making a switch here. Bosch is checked in. 1:31 left in the third. Ball's knocked loose. Here's Rain Man. Back to Monroe. And he floats in for the easy two. Credit the assist on that one.
And I'll say this about him, Kevin. I mean, it looks like he's made of rubber sometimes, because defenders just bounce off him when he's driving the lane. What a finisher.
And another thing you see him do a lot and do very well is draw and dish. He brings defenders to him in the low post and then kicks the ball out to the wide open teammate if he's double teamed.
And he gets contact and the whistle on the shot. 2 shots coming up.
Looking at the Pistons, Kevin, let's see how they performed over the last month in the NBA League rankings. First and lowest turnovers a game, 4th in steals, and then the top half of the league in getting high percentage shots as well. Not too shabby.
And what's most impressive out of all those numbers, Clark, is the few turnovers that they commit, because now all of a sudden you're executing, you're putting a lot of pressure on the defense, because they know they're not going to force a lot of steals and get out in transition to find easy points.
Now here's Jennings. 6 points for him. Pass to Raymond. The shot is off. Some solid defense there from Bernardo. They can go 2 for 1.
Yeah, they need to play it smart. Make sure you get a good shot first, and then maybe a second possession.
And it's blocked by Bernardo. Ray Allen is on the wing. Rebound, Detroit. They went to Miami for their last meeting with the Heat and came out with a win.
And if you want to look at one thing that was the key to the victory, Kevin, it was the three-point shooting.
Well, that's a powerful weapon for them indeed. I mean, it makes things a lot easier for you offensively when you're knocking down that 3-ball.
The drive by Wade. Rodney Stuckey pulls it in. Stuckey's got his 3rd rebound tonight. Here's Rain Man. And good coming on the assist by Rodney Stuckey. And it's a 9-point Piston lead.
No, the only tough part of that basket for him was getting into such good position. The rest of it seemed easy.
And we've watched 3 so far. Hello and thanks for joining us, folks. The 4th quarter of play should begin momentarily. And it's out of bounds. The Heat will take it the other way. And a moment to check out Miami and who they've got coming up. Up next for them is the Pacers in Indianapolis. And that's game 4 of 4 out on the road for them. Rain Man in at point guard. Rodney Stuckey out there with Smith. Then there's Andre Drummond. And it's Jennings in at the 2-guard spot. That's the group for Detroit right now. Here's Rain Man. Dishes it to Stuckey. Stuckey right side. Kicks it to Drummond. Back to Stuckey. 6 on the shot clock. Unloads from 9. And the shot's good from the Rain Man. Rain Man's got 11 in the second half. Now the dish to Wade. He's guarded by Jennings. Wade kicks to Bosch. Drummond with the block. Here's Rainman. 60 seconds off the clock here in the fourth. Jennings with the bucket. And guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Pistons.
Contested shots and block shots. They're bread and butter defensively. They're giving up no easy looks.
And another area where they've done a great job tonight is forcing the issue defensively and getting some steals.
And LeBron throws it down hard.
You know, sort of surprising he goes for a slam that difficult while they're trailing.
Yeah, but still, you know what? A magnificent move to the rim.
Agreed.
Guys, look, I don't know what the score is. That's the play we're all going to remember from this game.
Doris Burke has an update for us. Doris?
Well, Kevin, head coach of the Pistons had some words for his team over the break. His message? I don't want us patting ourselves on the back just yet. We can congratulate ourselves after the final horn. Right now, we need to go out there and take this one home. Guys?
Thank you, Doris.
Well, you allow them to get right to the rim like that. That's your only option.
Yeah, I think you got to foul them, and free throws are better than a layup.
That free throw good from Wade.
You know, people look at Mario Chalmers and say he might not be your typical point guard. He's not a big-time penetrator or playmaker, but he's a good fit for the Heat with his active defense and spot-up shooting from long range. I think it's a hand-in-glove fit, actually.
Jennings for three. Miami grabs the miss.
Boy, from my angle, it looked like it was in the bottom of the net. Looked good from here.
Yeah, I thought so too, Clark. The offensive execution really well done. They got the ball in tight for the high percentage shot.
Chauncey Billups checked in for Brandon Jennings. And Chalmers, a three-time All-American, NCAA champion his junior season at Kansas, received the Most Outstanding Player Award for that 2008 tournament.
Hit what was probably the biggest shot in Kansas history, the three-pointer that sent that game against Memphis into overtime that allowed the Jayhawks to go on and win that national championship.
Here's Rainman following the basket by Chris Bosch. Here's Rainman. It's rebounded by Bosch. Bosch has got 4 rebounds in this game. No good from Wade.
Some rugged defense there against one of the stronger finishers in the game.
Billups with the ball. He's picked up by LeBron. Here's Rainman. Fades. Hits the front of the rim and out.
I'll tell you what, for what's really an elementary shot, he looked a little nervous on that release.
LeBron, good.
You know, guys, I would call that methodical but explosive. You know, he waits for the opportunity and then boom, right to the rack.
Inside, here's Rainman. Oh, and that one, no question, powered it down. It's astonishing to see a player, Clark, at his position who can get to the rim like that.
Yeah, he goes very vertical on you, Kevin.
And once he's up there, you know he's going to throw it down hard.
Now here's LeBron. Feeds it to Wade. Back to LeBron. He passes it to Bosch. The Heat need to get a shot off. Out of bounds, Detroit takes possession.
That is not a difficult pass. You'd think they could keep it in bounds.
Hello?
So it's Detroit now. They've led by as many as 14 points. The pass to Rainbow. Working on Bosch. Outside, Billups. 6 to shoot. Pass to Rainbow. Here's Monroe, and he drops in the layup off the glass. Monroe's got 4 points in the quarter.
Very nice pickup of the offensive rebound, and once he gets his hands on it, you know it's going back up and back in.
Now here's LeBron. Rebound, Detroit. Smith's got 6 rebounds in the game.
It's been a real difficult game for him offensively, and it's cost him.
Well, what a series it was in the finals a year ago. Such great basketball. 2 teams that like to play up-tempo. And I'll tell you, the Spurs had Miami. They had the series in the bag. They were 1 play away from wrapping it up in Game 6, but the miracle comeback from the Heat It led to the Game 7 victory and another title for the Miami Heat.
Now here's LeBron. Pass to Wade. Back to LeBron. Miami no good on that time either. Detroit leading by 15. Here's Rain Man. Here's Monroe. And so he earns a trip to the line. Officials saw the contact and he'll shoot two. That was interesting because the games themselves weren't particularly close through the first half of the series, but things started to get really tight when they left San Antonio after Game 5.
How about that, Kevin? You talk about things tightening up. We had a game for the ages in Game 6. 28.6 seconds to go. The Spurs +5. Miami needed a miracle, and they found it in the form of timely three-point shooting and got some help from the San Antonio Spurs missing some free throws.
The Game 6 was about as intense an NBA game as you'll ever see.
Oh, it was off the charts. Absolutely fantastic.
Now Anderson after the missed three from Raymond. No good from Bernardo.
Well defended, and he's not someone who responds well to that kind of defensive pressure.
Rain Man passes to Monroe. Howard down after the assist, let him into the lane.
They certainly haven't let these fans down tonight. Been a fun night to be in the building.
It has been. I mean, the atmosphere has been great, and no doubt that helped with the winning effort.
Here's Cole. Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock, and the whistle blows. It's going to be on Rain Man. That's his first foul. Here is Anderson. The feed now to Bernardo. He dishes it to Allen. And so it's the Pistons taking care of business here.
Basketball season.
You were picked as the winner of the Jordan Player of the Game tonight. That has to be a pretty special honor for someone like you.
Yeah, man, it's really nice to get that kind of acknowledgement. I was happy that we got the win, and to have my blade single out means I was really able to contribute to that. And that's what I'm here for above all else, man, contributing to wins. Let's hope I can do a lot more of that moving forward.
For their purchase, surely appreciate it. What you about to witness is my thoughts, just my thoughts, man. Right or wrong, just what I was feeling at the time. You ever felt like this? Vibe with me, walk with it, spy with me. Yo, gather round, hustlers, that's it. You're still living. And get on down to that old jig rhythm. Here's a couple of Jews to help you get through your bit in prison. A ribbon in the sky, keep your head high. Young Vito, voice of the young people. Mouthpiece for hustlers, I'm back. Your reign on the top was shorter than leprechauns. You can't with hope. I got great lawyers for cops, so dress warm. Charges don't stick to duty, Teflon. In jail like I'm right, said Fred. I'm not guilty, now give me back my bread. Mr. District Attorney, I'm not sure if they told you I'm on TV every day. Where the could I go to plus? Ho don't run, ho stand and fight. Ho's a soldier, ho been fighting all his life. So what could you do to me? It's not new to me, sue me. What's a couple dollars to me? But you will respect me, simple as that. Or I got no problem going back. I'm representing for the seat where Rosa Parks sat. Where Malcolm X, where Martin Luther was. So off we go, let the trumpets blow. And hold on, because the driver of the mission is a pro. The ruler's back. Yeah. Turn the music up back. to me. There's a lot of rappers out there trying to sound like Jay-Z. I help you out, here's what you do. You're gonna need a wide lens, cause that's a very big shoe. And you got a couple of beans and you don't have a clue. Your situation is lick. I'ma keep it real, cause with me, you gotta drop a mill. Cause if you're gonna cop something, you gotta cop for real. Don't only talk it, walk like it. From the bricks to the booth, I can predict the future like Cleo the psychic. You can't date skills and wife it. And you can't sell me, we know the prices. So what your life is, we gon' roll till the wheels fall off. Check the tires, off we go. Let the trumpets blow, and hold on, because the driver of that Billy is a pro. The ruler's back. Feels good. Holla at me. The ruler's back.
Everybody get up.
talk. But then I think, what if I die today? Well, if I gotta go, make it right away. Yeah, cause I don't wanna live dying. But if I gotta go, rather die just trying. Yeah, I'm here for the long run. The long run. We've only just begun. Still nothing more but the money. Still nothing new but the money. Just begun. Close enough. I lust for the touch. I'm infatuated with private jets and such. To ask for, is that too much? I remember mattresses on the table, no box spring, no bed frame. I refrain from sleepless dreams, keep me awake. I walk around in the cold sweat, daydream on my BlackBerry, emailing, plotting with my team. Is it as hard as it seems, or hard as we make it? I gotta make it like it don't exist. And if you feel me, pump your fist. And if you love me, girl, blow a kiss. We've only just begun. Yeah, I'm here for the long run. The long run. We've only just begun. Still nothing more but the money. Still nothing new but the money. Just begun. Late nights, early mornings, and my days are getting longer when this night become the morning. I live my life on the edge and I woke up wishing I could start over. In my lifetime, regrets look over my shoulder. I hope I'm getting wiser cause I'm only getting older. I pray tomorrow I make better mistakes. I feel enslaved, I'm overworked and underpaid. But I got on my favorite J's. I'm jumping out the window, I'm taking a leap of faith. And if you feel me, pump your fist. And if you love me, girl, blow a kiss. We've only just begun. Yeah, I'm here for the long run. The long run. We've only just begun. Still nothing more but the money. Still nothing new but the money. Just begun.
I wonder if I take you there. Would you believe in fairy tales? Oh, a place where no one feels the pain, living without suffering. Roads are paved by loving hands, energy from turning fans. Oh, so won't you open up your eyes so you can see this paradise? Oh, I won't die to get to mine. I want this thing alive. I'll take my paradise on earth. Yeah, I'll make my paradise on earth. Oh, I'll make my paradise on earth. I'll take my paradise on earth. I'll make my paradise on earth. It's easier when you believe. Some people rather Well, if you told me you were drowning, I would not lend a hand. I've seen your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. Well, I was there and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own two eyes. So you couldn't wipe off that grin. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. And I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord. Well, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord. Well, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. I remember, don't worry. How could I ever forget? It's the first time, the last time we ever met. But I know the reason why you keep your silence up. No, you don't fool me. The hurt doesn't show, but the pain still grows. Some strangers to you and me. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord. But I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord. I can feel it in the air tonight. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. But I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord. And I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord. I can feel it in the air tonight. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Well, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. I can feel it in the air tonight. Oh Lord. I ain't happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. I ain't happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on.
Finally, someone let me out of my cage. Now, time for me is nothing cause I'm counting no A's. Now I couldn't be there. Now you shouldn't be scared. I'm good at repairs, and I'm under each snare, intangible. Bet you didn't think, so I command you to. Panoramic view. Look, I'll make it all manageable. Pick and choose, sit and lose, all you different crews, chicks and dudes. So you think it's really kicking tunes? Picture you getting down in a picture too, like you lit the fuse. You think it's fictional, mystical, maybe spiritual hero who appears in you to clear your view when you're too crazy. Lifeless to those, the definition for what life is. Priceless to you because I put you on the hype. You like it? Righteous with one, you're psychic among no possess you with one go.
Happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. Ain't happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on.
The essence, the basics, without it you make it. Allow me to make this childlike in nature. Rhythm, you have it or you don't, that's a fallacy, I'm in them. Every sprouting tree, every child of peace, every cloud and sea. You see with your eyes, I see destruction and demise. Corruption in the skies from the enterprise. Now I'm sucked into your lives through rust, so not as muscles, but percussion to provide with me as a guide. Y'all can see me now cause you don't see with your eye. You perceive with your mind, that's the end. So I'ma stick around with Russ and be a mentor. Bust a few rhymes, so remember what the thought is. I brought all this so you can survive when law is lawless. Feeling sensations that you thought was dead. No squealing, remember that it's all in your head.
Ain't happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. The future is coming on. Ain't happy, I'm feeling glad I got sunshine in a bag. I'm useless, but not for long. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. My future is coming on. It's coming on. It's coming on. My future.
All right. Yeah. Well, I must admit, I can't explain any of these thoughts racing through my brain. It's true. Baby, I'm howling for you. Alright, there's something wrong with this plot. The actors here have not got a clue. Baby, I'm howling for you. Mockingbird, can't you see? Little girl got a hold on me like glue. Baby, I'm howling for you. Yeah. Throw the ball to the stick, swing and miss and catcher's mid strike too. Baby, I'm howling for you. gets even better. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yes, I does that. What everybody trying to be now, I was that. They could never stop me. That's why I love rap. Been living the life, crazy ice. The swag, the gear, the bread, all the whips is a year ahead. I only fear the feds. Funny cause I had the vision since Coleco. Back then, still ain't reached my peak though. Louis loafers, polo peacoat. Call me whenever the bosses meet, yo. I drove Poppy crazy, so the industry's never gonna stop me, baby. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. No, you can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me, baby. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. No, you can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. Yo, I'ma call it confidence cause I ain't cocky. I just know one thing, they can't stop me. Whether I'm on Fifth or LA at the swap meet, it's all good, cause I know the gangsters got me. First things first, the jaws of I treat the rap game like a large monopoly. One-on-one, can't guard me properly. And when they double team me, the odds are sloppy. In the rap bracket, he remains the top seed. Hold 6, quick to blow 3. Audio, so you don't. The block is crazy, you can't stop me, baby. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. No, you can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me, baby. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. No, you can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. Once I start, I ain't gonna stop. And then your girl ain't gonna be able to stop the wheezing. When she get that phone call from the doc, we even. You could not stop me, so stop believing. Stop ringtone rap, this is not the season. Punchline's hard enough to stop your breathing. And the ladies will still pay a lot to see him. I'ma get rich long as I got my freedom. Usually when you get hit, it's for a reason. Thank y'all all for coming out this evening. Even if they knock me, then continue to watch me, they still wouldn't be able to stop me. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. No, you can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me, baby. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. No, you can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me now, you can't stop me. You can't stop me, baby. Neo, Matrix. They can't stop me. Too strong. Too strong. Way too strong. They can't stop me.
public visitation. We met at borders, told her she'd take me back. I'll be more supportive. I made mistakes, I bumped my head, and court sucked me dry. I spent that bread, she need a daddy. Baby, please, can't let her grow up in that ghetto university of lights. Top lights, flashlights, spotlights, strobe lights, street lights. All of the lights, all of the lights. Fast lights, flashlights, spotlights, rock life every night. All of the lights in here, baby. Extra bright, I want y'all to see this. Turn up the lights in here, baby. You know what I need, want you to see everything. Want you to see all of the lights.
Get in mind, baby. Gotta let you, yeah. Get it right, baby. You should go and get your own. Get in mind, baby. Gotta let you, yeah. Get it right, baby. You should go and get your own. Turn up the lights in here, baby. Extra bright, I want y'all to see this. Turn up the lights in here, baby. You know what I need. Want you to see everything. Want you to see all of the lights. I tried to tell you, but all I can say is I tried to tell you, but all I can say is I tried to tell you, but all I can say is
sweat and my rust. I'm breaking in, shaping up. Then it's a revolution, I suppose. This is it, the apocalypse. Whoa, I'm waking up. I feel it in my bones. Enough to make my system blow. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. I'm radioactive, radioactive. I'm radioactive, radioactive. Raise my flag, down my clothes. It's a revolution, I suppose. We're painted red to fit right in. Whoa. I'm breaking in, shaping up. Then it's a revolution, I suppose. This is it, the apocalypse. Whoa. I'm waking up. All systems go. The sun hasn't died. Deep in my bones, straight from inside. I'm waking up. I feel it in my bones. Enough to make my system blow. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Welcome to the new age, to the new age.
Time to go out there and ball, man. Ain't no stopping us tonight. None, baby. It's on. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Listen to that talk in that huddle. He wants them going out there with some intensity. The Timberwolves continue their journey as they play an interconference matchup in this road game. Welcome to the Tuesday night edition of the NBA on 2K Sports. This is Kevin Harlan to call the game with our analysts Clark Kellogg and Steve Kerr. We've got a chance now for our starting lineups from point guard to center. This game should be a good one. And guys, checking out Pekovic here, what can we expect from him?
Well, you talk about strength and physicality at the center position. Pekovic is right there with anybody. And he's got an imposing game. Reminds me a little bit of Marc Gasol in that regard. He can use that strength to power you down low, but he's also got some skill as well.
You know, that's an interesting comparison. I love how he always battles, Steve. A terrific offensive rebounder, gets a lot of stickbacks, very tenacious. You take a look at the Pistons. They've been playing very well lately. It's been 4 wins for them in their last 5 games.
Well, you know, I think for Detroit, I tell you what, they've come out of the gates quite impressively here, and it's a bit of a surprise considering how they played a year ago.
Yeah, and if they keep playing like this, I think they've got a chance to make some serious noise in the playoffs. I mean, they've got to be very encouraged.
You know, Detroit, despite how they struggled, did a few good things last year, even though they fell way short of the playoffs. But playing against the Western Conference, playing well against the Western Conference, wasn't one of the things they did well.
Here's Rain Man, coming off a solid outing against Miami. Rejected by Berea.
And no question, he got bumped on that shot.
Definitely no room for discussion on that one.
Detroit shooting their first free throws of the game. He doesn't get the second one. Well, as you mentioned, with the Pistons and the West, just a 4-26 record for them, Clark, and with the second worst in the entire league. Steve, only one win better than the Bobcats, who had a league-low 3 in that category. What went wrong there?
Well, it's the youth for sure. They made a lot of mental mistakes. They didn't have that one player who could consistently create his own shot and open up space. That's one of the reasons they went out and got Josh Smith, to try to be that player and that leader.
Let's find out what Doris Burke has for us.
Kevin, thank you. I spoke with the Pistons head coach for just a bit. He told me that he's looking forward to this matchup, their first look at this team so far this season. He said they'll look to play up defensively. As usual, their length and shot blocking a great deterrent inside. Kevin?
Thanks for the report, Doris. Steve, Clark, your thoughts on their defensive focus here?
Well, it's the right strategy, Kevin, because you have to play to your strengths as a team. You can't get away from who you are.
And that's right, Steve. Their strength is certainly what they do defensively. They can rattle folks.
Now here's Stuckey, following the miss by Kevin Martin. Clock at 4. Fires from deep. Stuckey can't get it to go. Minnesota comes into this one following a loss to Miami.
Their defense got absolutely destroyed in that game, guys. They weren't closing out on the perimeter shooters. They were allowing people to get into the paint and score from point-blank range. Just an overall abysmal effort.
Yeah, something was missing, no doubt about that. They let an opponent shoot a really high percentage, and that's got to be a concern going forward.
And so it's Detroit with the ball. Following the three-pointer by Kevin Love. Smith dishes to Stuckey. Smooth as silk on the finger roll. Stuckey's got his first basket.
He had his choice of finishing moves there, and you just got to love the fact he went old school with the finger roll.
There's the dish to Berea. Back to Martin. Timberwolves passing it around. And Brewer kicks to Martin. The Timberwolves need to get a shot off here. Goes up on the wing. Berea, no good.
He's been trying to add that mid-range shot to his arsenal, but it still isn't there.
Well, you know, coming out of UConn, guys, there were some concerns about Andre Drummond's motor and work ethic, passion for the game. He really quickly dispelled those with his tremendous production. This was a guy who played with great energy and effort just about every time I saw him.
And that one's good.
Hasn't been the hot start he's wanted here. I mean, he's got a few to fall, but doesn't seem on target most of the time he fires.
Rain Man, it's good from about 19 feet. Rain Man's got his second bucket of the night. Timberwolves have gone 2 of 5 here, making 40% so far to start out the game. Steve, you're talking about the motor for Andre Drummond per minute among very top rebounders in the game.
Well, he moves like a guard, Kevin. It's almost surreal to watch the way he kind of floats around the court for such a big man. As long as he's engaged, he can have a huge impact on the game. And I'll tell you what, at his age, his upside is really off the charts.
Several lead changes going on here in the early portion of this game.
Yeah, but neither team really able to jump ahead.
Yeah, 5 times already the lead has changed.
Here's Rain Man, right now averaging 17 points a game.
Guys, we know it was a struggle last season for the Timberwolves, but against the Eastern Conference, they were pretty competitive. Nearly had a 500 record against teams from the East.
Well, back to the Timberwolves, that's a marked improvement over how they've done, Steve, over the past few seasons.
Yeah, the last few years, that's easily the best winning percentage the Wolves have had against the Eastern Conference. And they won't want to take much from last season to this one, but maybe that's something at least they can carry over and try to build on.
And now the Pistons, fast break. Phillips with the ball. Left side, Billups. The pass to Rainman. They get it back. Monroe, no good. Minnesota's gone 2 of 2 from three-point range here in the first quarter. Budinger with it, now guarded by Mitchell. Martin, the pass to Rubio. Williams up on top. Williams gets a screen from Zhang. Pulls it up. Out of bounds. Detroit takes possession. And now we go to our rookie leaderboard to get a check on the players at the top of the freshman class in assists over the last 10 games. You look at Rain Man, third in assists and a great leader.
And I think what's coming around for him in these last 10 games is his court vision.
And you can say the same for some of the other first-year guys on that list, Steve. They are rapidly maturing.
For Minnesota, they've gone 3 of 7 from the field since we've gotten underway. Martin gets a screen from Zhang. Budinger out of bounds. Detroit takes possession.
Looking at the Timberwolves, let's see where they rank in the NBA statistics right now.
Here's Rain Man. He's got 6. The shot goes down and he gets this game back to even. Rain Man's got 8 points.
I'll tell you what, the defenders didn't even get a sniff of him on that move to the hoop.
Rain Man in at shooting guard. Andre Drummond is out there with Smith. And it's Bynum. And it's Stuckey in at the 3-slot. That's the group for Detroit right now. There it is, guys. That Olay defense. Just watching him go, Clark, right by.
I think we might be seeing which team is ready to take control of this game.
Yeah, that's a dunk that could absolutely get them going. I agree, Clark.
Bynum, the pass to Rainbow. And it's out of bounds. The Pistons able to retain possession here. And a chance here to catch up with the 4th member of our crew, Doris Burke. Hi, Doris.
Hey guys, Rain Man in their last game against the Heat was simply terrific. He had 27 points and added a few rebounds as well. A dominating performance from a player who might start making waves around the NBA. That is what the franchise hopes, at least, guys.
All right, Doris, thank you. He played at a level that very few players are capable of playing, Clark.
Yeah, I agree. I was just glad I got a chance to witness it. It's always such a special night when a player of his caliber gets so locked in and focused.
And you know, in an 82-game season with so much talent, every once in a while, everything's going to click. And that was definitely the case that night.
To the inside. And the basket by Brewer. Now it's a 4-point Timberwolves lead.
There it is again. On a lot of their possessions this first half, they've established great position inside.
Yeah, getting the ball into the post should be their first option every time down. Force the defense to adapt and adjust.
Smith kicks the Bynum. Stuckey outside. Pass to Rainbow. 6 on the shot clock. Gets the bucket. Rain Man's got 4 points now in the quarter.
Good job there, recognizing the mismatch and then just going straight up with the shot. He's got a major height advantage.
You know, the Wolves were just decimated by injuries last year, and it really put a snag in their season from the start, with Rubio still recovering from his ACL tear and Kevin Love missing a lot of time with his hand fractures. They were missing 2 major building blocks.
52 seconds left now here in the second. Timberwolves leading by 4. And stolen by Drummond. Smith with it, averaging 13 points a contest. Stuckey outside. They set the pick. Back to Smith. Jacks up a 3, and that one's good. Smith's got 6.
Oh, he's finally starting to get it going here offensively.
Now Brewer. He had an 18-point outing in the last game against Miami.
And his work on the glass, certainly noteworthy. And he contributed in a number of ways.
Boy, what a significant turnaround here in the second quarter, after only making 40% from the field in the first.
Here's Rain Man. Count that one. Rain Man's got 6 here in this quarter.
Not much the defense can do once he gets to the bucket.
And the first half ends in a close one. Timberwolves.
Now, presented by Sprint.
Welcome, everyone.
The Sprint Halftime Report, presented by Sprint.
And now the start of the second half. Neither side jumping out ahead through the first 2 quarters. You have to like what we've been seeing from Barea.
Yeah, he's been a revelation here tonight. Clark scoring almost at will there in the half.
Hard to imagine he'll keep it up for the next 2 quarters, but you never know.
Well, we've got a moment. Let's set the floor. Brought to you by Gatorade. All fueled up for the second half. On the court for Minnesota, big men Love and Pekovic. J.J. Barea is out there with Mark, and it's Brewer in at the small forward. Timberwolves passing it around. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him.
Nikola Pekovic, guys, out of Montenegro, a super physical 6'11" big man. I mean, he is a battering ram offensively. He's a terrific offensive rebounder, can score around the rim, doesn't shy away from contact. And when he gets to the line, he knocks him down pretty well for a big guy. This guy, I tell you what, he's going to be one of the best big men in the league in the next few years. I don't think there's any question about it.
Passes it to Raymond. The feather touch on the finger roll. Beautiful. Rain Man's got 14 points for the game. The Timberwolves trail. Going back to Pekovic, Clark, offensively, he is a real presence. Defensively, not great, but Steve solid.
Well, he's not explosive. He's physical, but you know he is a good rebounder, and most importantly, he wants to mix it up down there. He's a presence, and I think that's one of the reasons he's become such a good player in this league.
You take a risk with those long passes. They're lucky the D couldn't collect it.
And for those of you turning in, we're about a minute into the second half. Love right side. The feed now to Brewer. From the baseline. Goes back up, and that one's good. Pekovic. Pekovic has got his 3rd bucket of the night.
You know, he's really adept at keeping possessions alive by hitting the boards and cashing in on some of those putbacks.
Yeah, and I also love the way he can torture a defense by using the good old-fashioned pick and roll. When they execute it well, and he's on the receiving end of the pass, mark it up. It's 2 points.
And Doris Burke has a report for us from the sideline.
Gentleman Muhammad was once regarded as a contender for the top pick in this year's draft, but his stock fell after a year at UCLA. Some said he was too one-dimensional as a scorer. Then it was revealed that he'd lied about his age, pretending to be 1 year younger than he actually was. Now with a chip on his shoulder, out to prove that the height was warranted. Muhammad said, quote, "I've always had a killer instinct, and that's what separated me. I'm trying to show no mercy." Kevin?
Extremely poised and confident. Thanks, Taurus. Here's Rain Man, covered by Martin. Down to 5 on the shot clock. The shot's good from the Rain Man.
4 of their last 5 makes came off of a high-quality shot inside.
Yeah, that's textbook basketball, just having their way down low.
There's a good screen. Outside, Martin. Lays it in without an inch of room around him. Martin's got 5 now. The Pistons leading. This their first chance to take a look at the Timberwolves this season.
They lost both games they played against this team last year, which tells you a little bit about how their season went as a whole.
From 11 feet away.
Are you
Finally
good?
a miss, but still 4 for 5 shooting to start this 3rd quarter.
Barea with it. Now Smith defending for 3. Love. It's good. Great play set up by Barea. And that's now 6 points for Kevin Love. Well, Steve talked about getting swept in the season series last year. Certainly a fit.
Oh, man, that was unreal.
Mark it up.
Clark and Steve, neither side has relented a bit in this back-and-forth affair.
Well, 8 lead changes, Kevin, so far as the teams are battling it out here in the 3rd.
That's all building towards what could be a great finish. This will be fun to watch.
Jang, he's checked in for Minnesota. Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the 3rd quarter. Here's Rain Man. 18 points for him. Smith outside. Clock at 6. Left side, Billups. And lots of contact there. Missing the shot. He'll shoot 2.
You know, never easy to come back from a torn Achilles, but Chauncey Billups did a pretty nice job of doing so last year after the Achilles shelved him for most of the 2011-12 season.
Minnesota making a switch here. Rubio's checked in. And going back to Chauncey, only played 22 games last year, but it was amazing, Clark. He was able to come back at all.
And Kevin, it helped that he was on a team where he almost never had to be the primary ball handler. That would have put a lot more pressure on that Achilles. But even though he moved okay, his numbers were down, and you have to wonder how many more years he has left.
Here's Rain Man. 1:49 left to play in the third. Outside, Billups. No good on the triple.
Boy, with an open look like that, he is so gifted. Man, you've got to play better defense. Eventually, he's going to make you pay.
You got that right. I mean, he'll do it from three-point land or anywhere on the perimeter, really, because he is a deadly shooter. You've got to do a better job defensively.
Brandon Jennings, he's checked in for Rodney Stuckey. Here's Rain Man. Soft touch off the glass. Rain Man's got 20 points. So for the Pistons, their last game, a win against the Heat. Dishes to Buttinger, pass to Williams. Detroit with the rebound.
Well, one of his issues is he's a player that just does not excel at fighting through contact on his way to the rim.
Here's Rain Man. 20 points for him. Goes up the baseline. Rebound by Shved. Timberwolves trailed by 3. He kicks it to Rubio. The pass to Dang. Monroe on him. Fades away. And Dang gets it to go.
That's nuts.
That's a nice play there. The more contributors this team can get, the better.
Here's Rain Man, covered by Rubio. Here's Rain Man, and he was fouled in the act of shooting. Chance here now for a three-point play.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised to see them double up here.
I agree, and they haven't been able to succeed with single coverage to this point.
Caldwell Pope, he's checked in for the Pistons. And Shved kicks to Williams. There's the pick. Feeds to Buttinger. Wide open look. Good, and it's Williams who picks up the assist. Buttinger's got his second bucket tonight.
The screenplay worked ideally there, and I'm not talking about the screenplay you see in a movie theater. Gave him more than enough room to get that shot off.
And here's Jennings outside. And it's good. Jennings has got 8 points. And as we end the third quarter, a great game. Both teams playing well. The Pistons on top.
Wednesday, December 11th, the Detroit.
We've got a great game on our hands as we welcome you back. The fourth quarter of action getting started. And a look now at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for Detroit.
Boy, guys, I really like how they've driven the ball to the basket in this game. I mean, they've been very aggressive with it.
And they continue to knock down the long-range three-point shot as well.
Josh Smith and Greg Monroe at the 3 and 4. Jennings out there with Rain Man, and it's Drummond in at the 5. That's the group for Detroit right now. And here's Barea from deep. It's hauled in by Smith. Smith's got his 5th rebound in this one. Here's Rain Man. Back to Smith. Just 5 to shoot. High post try. Good on the shot. Smith's got the fourth quarter started here with a bucket for the Pistons. Timberwolves trail by 7. They swipe it. The finger roll finish at the bucket.
You know, with all the shots they've knocked down here in the second half, their field goal percentage has crossed the 50% mark.
Well, and that usually leads to a win. I mean, this is just very efficient offense that we're seeing tonight.
And we've made our way through just over a minute and a half in this fourth quarter. Brewer with the ball. He's against Smith. 5 on the clock. Martin from outside. Rebound by Greg Monroe. Monroe's got his 6th rebound on the night. Here's Rain Man. Screen by Monroe. Rain Man passes to Monroe. Nice ball movement by Detroit. Jennings for 3. And Turioff pulls it down. Timberwolves trail by 9. Barea off the pick from Turioff. Off the screen. He feeds it to Barea. Lets it go from deep. That's good.
But you can't leave him alone, especially from long range.
And now Doris Burke has an update from the sidelines.
Well, Kevin, head coach of the Pistons had some words for his team over the break. He told the players, let's put our foot on them and keep them down. We've got them exactly where we want them. I want to see you guys slow the pace, use the clock, and stay away from any silly fouls.
Kicks to Monroe. And stolen by Love. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Rain Man. That'll be his 2nd foul of the game. Barea dishes to Martin. Love outside. Pass to Barea. Back to Love. Shot clock at 5. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up and 2 shots coming up.
Well, this guy's an animal on the glass, Kevin. I mean, there may be some bigger and stronger rebounds in the NBA, but nobody plays with this kind of energy and zeal.
And not only that, but he plays a huge part in their transition game. You know, getting the ball up court in a hurry is his first thought when he gets the rebound in his hands, and he does it very well.
He dishes it to Stuckey. Passes it to Rainman. Inside, it's taken away by Brewer. And now Brewer running the floor all by himself.
Oh boy, nice one-man fast break on that one.
It sure was a stylish finish to cap it off, too.
Here's Rain Man. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass. Rain Man's got 25 points in the game.
I tell you what, you don't want to allow too many of those kinds of baskets with the game on the line.
Now, this is when defenses have to protect the basket with everything they've got. Force the offense to shoot from the perimeter.
Here's Barea. No good. Nice D from the Rain Man. Pistons leading by 4. The dish to Smith. Here's the screen. Rodney Stuckey on the wing. Back to Smith. And the pass to Rain Man. 4 on the clock. A rebound by the Timberwolves.
Well, the shot was there for him, and he had to take it. I don't care if he didn't convert it. He's got to take that every time.
Barea with it. Now guarded by Rain Man. Barea kicks to Pekovic. Rebound, Detroit. Drummond's got 6 rebounds now in the game. Here's Rain Man. And good coming on the assist by Rodney Stuckey. And that's now 27 points for Rain Man. We've got 1:18 left in the 4th quarter. Here's Barea. Back to Martin. Now the feed to Barea. He passes to Brewer. Dishes it to Barea. Kevin Martin on the wing. He kicks it to Barea. 5 to shoot. Love with the screen for Brewer. Greg Monroe with the rebound.
Couldn't convert, but nice little 2-man game there.
And it wouldn't surprise me to see them go back to that the next trip.
Stuckey passes to Smith. Back to Stuckey. Here's Rain Man, covered by Martin. Here's Rain Man. The feather touch on the finger roll. Beautiful. And now an 8-point Piston lead.
And they're getting that lead way up there now. I mean, it should be a stroll to the final whistle from here.
Yeah, this late in the game, it'd be almost impossible for them to blow a lead like this.
And so he earns a trip to the line. Officials saw the contact, and he'll shoot two.
Easy call there.
No question about that one. You could hear the impact from where I am.
And he is unable to get the second one.
He would have liked them all to go, but that should still be enough to end this thing.
Shved dishes to Rubio. Here's Rain Man, and he takes that one up and powers it through.
Boy, they're extending their lead. It kind of feels like they're just piling on here as we come to an end.
Well, hey, let's just call it what it is. They are trying to run it up on him. Not the kind of pass you want to be making right there. He's lucky it wasn't stolen.
Now, here is Monroe. And so it's the Pistons taking care of business here. You know, Clark, every team has a bad night, and these guys might want to watch the tape of this game the next time they have a bad night.
Your performance tonight, clearly a coming out party. You've made it known now that you'll be around the NBA for a long time. Does that sound about right?
I don't know, man. That's pretty high praise for someone who hasn't been around for all that long. I hope that's where my career ends up eventually, but right now I'm just out there trying to find ways to help this team win. There's a lot of other players here who I know I can learn a lot from, so I'm just going to keep trying to improve my game. And who knows what the future holds. For now, I'm not too worried about that.
Like the legend of the phoenix, all ends with beginnings. What keeps the planet spinning? The force from the beginning. Look. Present has no ribbon. Your gift keeps on giving. What is this I'm feeling? If you wanna leave, I'm with it. We've come too far to give up who we are. So let's raise the bar and our cups to the stars. She's up all night to the sun. I'm up all night to get some. She's up all night for good fun. I'm up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get some. We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky. 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 We're up all night to get. 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 We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
All right, y'all. They ain't ready for this. Let's show
Nih,
them who's...
stopnya apa bro?
That is a very confident team by the sound of it in their huddle. It's the Pacers in Indianapolis as we bring you an Eastern Conference contest. And get ready for another dose of NBA basketball here with Clark Kellogg and Steve Kerr. I'm Kevin Harlan. Now a chance to check out tonight's starting lineups. Someone will be keeping an eye on Andre Drummond.
A lot of blocking shots is instincts, and you either have them or you don't. Seems to me that Drummond has them, and you see the way he times that block perfectly, really coming over from the weak side in particular and protecting the basket.
Well, he just does some things on defense that can take your breath away, quite honestly. His athleticism is jaw-dropping. But he has a knack for timing things up as far as blocking. Oh, look out, man!
Oh, rim is shaken. He can fly, can he? He'll make you forget he's a point guard sometimes.
Yeah, when he does decide to attack the basket, Kevin, he can do it with the best of them.
And this is the time to attack with these two teams locked in such a close game.
Granger kicks to George. Shot clock at 6. Snatched away. Smith on the wing. Stuckey outside. Back to Smith. Nice ball movement by Detroit. Stuckey passes to Rainman. And good coming on the assist by Rodney Stuckey. Rainman's got 5.
I'm not sure that was the play they had set up, but it was too good a look to pass him.
Last season, a hard one for Stuckey. Pistons finally shifted him back to his natural shooting guard position. A lot of people thought he would break out, but instead, he had his lowest field goal percentage and scoring average since his rookie season.
Here's Rainman. He's coming off a 19-point game against Portland. And the Pistons getting another bucket right there.
Boy, that was a rugged screen set there, fellas, and the defense didn't even try to go through that one.
And towards the end of last season, Rodney Stuckey finally seemed to get untrapped.
Well, I tell you, early in his career, I really liked his potential. He's got tremendous talent, a strong slasher who can get to the line. Those are the kind of players who can usually be relied upon to produce buckets. We'll see how he bounces back.
Outside Hill. West. It's back to Hill. Granger outside. Off target with his 3.
Offensively, 1 of 4 to start. They're still trying to find their stroke.
Here's Rainman. He's guarded by Hill. No good from Rainman.
That's kind of a shocker. The defense was there, but it wasn't right in his face. Kind of out of character for him to miss those.
The try by Granger. Pass to Hibbert. Back to Granger. From deep. Granger can't get that one to fall.
Kind of a shaky first few minutes. Guys, 5 field goal attempts, only 1 made.
Pass to Rainman. Out to Smith. This one for 3. And another 3 for Detroit.
They're really struggling defensively, giving up too many easy buckets.
And they've been on fire offensively as a result, Clark. Well, while we have a chance, let's take a look at some numbers for Paul George. 5th in steals, and with a top 20 ranking in field goal percentage, he's done a nice job of creating good looks for himself.
Steve, he's a real ace defensively for him when you take a look at his steals per game average. I mean, whether it's getting into the passing lanes or taking the ball. From ball handlers, he does both really well.
Hill, no good. So for the Pistons, their last game a loss to the Trailblazers.
And it's hard to point out anything that they did well in that loss. I mean, the game never got out of hand, but they were pretty shaky across the board.
And Steve, you know how optimistic and positive I am, and I had a tough time finding anything positive either. I mean, my goodness, they did keep it somewhat close. I guess that's the best I can say at this point.
Well, what's the old saying? If you can't say something nice about someone, don't say anything at all.
Clock at 6. The 3 from George. That one goes. Count it.
That shot becomes effortless for him when the D is so relaxed. They got to get more intense. It was certainly a slow start to the season for the Pacers. Their veteran and leading scorer, Danny Granger, was on the shelf with a knee injury, but somehow this team found its identity around defense and the emergence of some younger players that may serve them well going forward. You get Danny Granger back with the young, emerging talent. This team should contend for a while.
And there's the feed to Granger. Lets the three fly. And Indiana, another three. Second quarter, and we're just over a minute in. And George kicks it to West, and it's sent back by Drummond. And now the Pistons fast break on the floor for Detroit. Rain Man, he's in at the point. Charlie Villanueva out there with Caldwell Pope. Then there's Andre Drummond, and it's Stuckey in at the shooting guard. And Granger was able to come back for them for a stretch during the regular season, but eventually had to once again miss the rest of the games. But the team had grown to where, you know, that probably didn't derail them as it might have, Steve, in the past.
Well, the big thing with the Pacers, Kevin, is that they have a lot of depth now across the roster. And with the emergence of Paul George, who kind of took Granger's spot, they were able to move on pretty well without him.
And Doris Burke has a report for us from the sideline.
Hey guys, Rain Man in their last game against the Trailblazers made some major contributions. He ended with 19 points and added a couple of rebounds with that. You really couldn't point to too many things he did wrong in what was a complete performance from him, guys.
All right, thanks, Doris. He's got a lot of positives to take away from that game, clearly, Steve.
Yeah, he played a huge role for them. His contributions are always important, but I thought he was particularly good that night.
Yeah, he was very solid. Just really locked in, engaged, on task. Solid performance tonight.
Well, most of all, I just love the work he puts in on the offensive glass. So many of his points come on putbacks just because of sheer hustle.
And something else you can't forget about is his shot blocking, Steve. I mean, he's an intimidator down low.
That's their first turnover here, so they've done an excellent job of taking care of the basketball. One of the reasons they have this lead.
Josh Smith, he's checked in for Detroit.
Well, Andre Drummond, the 9th pick out of UConn in the 2012 draft, he's starting to look like a steal for the Pistons now. Big men with his size and mobility just don't come along very often.
And back to Drummond, you talk about his size. A lot of young players need to bulk up. You might argue that he should try not to get any bigger. What do you think?
Well, he's 6'11", 280. I mean, he's not getting overpowered by anybody. So for him, I think staying light makes sense. He's only 20 years of age, so trying to stay as agile and light as possible is probably the way to go.
Save some wear and tear on his body.
Yeah.
You know, of the last 6 baskets, 5 have come on the interior. This is major smash mouth basketball, guys.
Love it. Old school, just physical play in the paint. Dominate.
And Indiana making a change here. Scola's checked in. That free throw good from the Rain Man.
Well, Detroit has always been one of those teams you think of when it comes to franchises that epitomize the rough and tough Eastern Conference. Always look to be a tough defensive team, and they might not have the flashiest players, but they have some of the toughest, no doubt.
Hill kicks to George. Granger. 6 on the shot clock. Fires, high post. And once again off the mark by Indiana. Pistons leading by 16. And a little under 3.5 minutes elapsed in the second quarter of play. And Clark, as you said, the Pistons were strong against the rest of the East last year. Didn't give away too many games, and 25 of their 29 wins came against Eastern opponents.
Yeah, they took advantage of the weaker conference for sure, but it just shows you how much growth they have ahead of them, because in order to get to the playoffs, they're going to have a good record against the West as well.
Oh, and it looks like that's going to be a goaltending call. Yep, that's it. So they'll get the basket.
He thought he had that one clean, but the ref saw it differently. They'll count the basket.
A different look here for Detroit. Pass to Johnson. He feeds it to Watson. Backing him down. Outside Hill. He kicks to Watson. Indiana moving the ball around. Johnson dishes to Watson. From downtown, Mahimi. Great positioning on the putback. Mahimi's got 4 points now in the quarter.
Tell you what, since the end of the first quarter, he has really come alive.
The shot's good from the Rain Man. And the Pistons lead by 14. Last outing for Indiana, they won that game against Charlotte.
And Kevin, they overcame a very poor shooting night to win that game. You know, you're not going to be able to win very often with a percentage as low as theirs.
Yeah, no beauty or style points in that game, but they did hit the big shots when they needed to.
It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Back to Billups, and there's the pass to Rain. Smith outside, 6 to shoot. Smith right side. Can't connect from the right block. Here's Watson. No good. And the first half is now in the books. Pistons ahead, leading by 14. Well, folks, stay tuned for the halftime show at Damon Bruce for all the highlights from our first half.
And now, brought to you by Sprint.
The NBA season is rolling right along. Let's look back at the first half. Detroit up on top against Indiana. Their offense has been prolific.
The Sprint Halftime Report, presented by Sprint.
Well, it's been a one-sided affair so far through the first 2 quarters, but there's plenty of time to mount a comeback.
Terrific game for Rain Man. He's got 14 points, and he's played the role of the pest today, too. I mean, he's caused a bunch of turnovers.
And those steals are all the evidence you need of just how high his basketball IQ is. He really sees the floor well defensively.
George Hill at the 1, Paul George at the 2, Granger and West at the forward slots. And it's Hibbert in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. That's the group starting the second half for Frank Vogel. Okay, well, let's check in with Doris Burke reporting from our sideline in this game. Doris, take it away.
Well, guys, what an impressive season for Paul George in 2012-13. He said, if you talk to these guys, they will tell you, I told them my rookie year, by year 3, I'd be an all-star. He fulfilled that prediction and helped lead the Pacers to the conference final. Coach Vogel said, quote, he's grown tremendously. When he got going on the offensive end, that's when our season changed. Guys, consider he's just 23, a world of potential.
Well, it certainly seems like a smart move for him. Thanks, Doris.
Well, he has all the skill. And for him, I think it's just about assertiveness. You know, staying in the attack mode constantly on offense. Yeah, Kevin, his ball skills are almost second to none. He fakes guys literally out of their shoes sometimes with that dribble.
Well, that tight handle, that rush hour handle, I call it, the things he can do with the ball make him a very entertaining player to watch, Steve. You know, it had been a while since the Pacers were able to win their division. Matter of fact, the last time it happened was the season right before the NBA realigned the divisions to their current state back in 2004. But they were able to raise another banner last season.
Granger, covered by Smith. From 10 feet out, again, the miss by Granger.
I think the game plan needs to change here, guys, if they're going to get out of the hole, because he is not helping their offense. Way to play in attack mode and get inside.
And, you know, if you're on defense and you're going to foul, make sure it's a good one. They did, preventing the and one.
Well, a big part of why the Pacers were able to take the Central, as you were saying, Clark, they were so dominant within their division.
Well, they went 13-3 against their division, so not an easy thing to do. Although, if you look at the Central, it was down last year. Derrick Rose's injury, but also rebuilding teams in Milwaukee and Detroit and Cleveland. But the Pacers did what they needed to do.
Detroit really is one of the younger teams in the league as far as their core and future are concerned. It's always nice to kind of think, what might they become going forward? But they are going to struggle at times, especially on the road.
You know, size-wise, this is not a great one-on-one matchup for him, but he got that shot to go.
But you wouldn't know it by how he finished. That's a nice hoop there.
Hill kicks to George. Dishes it to Granger. Feeds to Hill. Pass to George. West inside. Blanketed by the D. He fights to the rim for the layup. West has got 4 points now in the quarter. Pistons did have big problems getting wins on the road, and that is one of the reasons why the fans were a bit frustrated with how the team developed over the course of last year. Steve, they just couldn't finish off games when they were the road team.
Yeah, that's right, Kevin. Just 11-30 away from the Palace. And, you know, when you're a young team, it takes a lot of mental toughness and growth to be able to close out games on the road. It's something they're still learning.
George passes to Granger. West. The feather touch on the finger roll. Beautiful. West has got his third basket of the night.
Brought back the finger roll. That's a nice finesse move to pull off with the defense all over him.
Villanueva with a screen on Hill. Smith on the wing. He passes to Ranger. It's good. The assist that time from Smith. Smith's got his third assist on the night.
They've done a lot of good work with the ball. Really moving both the ball and moving bodies, getting quality chances at the hoop.
And they're not wasting chances when they get them. I mean, they're hitting their shots.
West inside. Villanueva's there. There's the block. Here's Rain Man. He's guarded by Hill. Third quarter of basketball here, and just a little under 3.5 minutes gone by. Pacers trail by 17. He dishes it to George. Granger puts the lead pass in front of him. Here's West. Rejected by Villanueva. Stuckey against Hibbert. Here's Rain Man with the second effort, and Hill with the block. Out of bounds. Pistons ball as Detroit keeps possession.
And now a look at Roy Hibbert. Some stats on him. Last 10 games for him have been very nice. Fourth in blocks. And in terms of rebounding, he's in the top 20 in the league. So a guy who can really take care of the boards for you.
And Steve, you said it. I mean, he ranks in the top 5 in blocks per game, and that puts him in his rightful place as one of the most feared defenders in the league right now.
And this is why you need size inside, the ability to contest shots and force misses.
Steve, that's exactly right. Even when you get in close, it's still a tough shot. It has not been an easy quarter for him, at least offensively speaking.
Here's Stuckey, and he lays it straight in. Stuckey's got his first bucket in this one. And a closer look here at the hustle stats for Detroit.
Their defense has been outstanding, Kevin. Closing out on shots, blocking a lot of them as well.
They haven't wasted time getting the ball up the court tonight either, and it's resulted in a lot of fast break points.
George dishes to Stevenson. Back to George. Right side George. Hits the target from 18 feet. George has got 7 points in the game. Pistons leading by 17. Here's Rain Man. Rodney Stuckey on the wing. There's the dish to Drummond. Back to Stuckey. Offline with his three.
Oh, that's got to be deflating and disappointing to miss a wide open shot like that right in your wheelhouse.
Kicks it out to Johnson. Off target from outside.
With the success they've had rebounding the basketball, they're right where you'd expect them to be, firmly in control of this game.
Yeah, they have not let their guard down one bit in the paint.
5 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. And the three ball is good. Johnson's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for 3. Here's Rain Man. 22 points for him. Some solid defense there from Stevenson.
That's terrific defense right there to prevent from converting in close.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Rain Man. That's foul number 2 for him. Now here's Stevenson. Off the mark. And as we end the third quarter, a double-digit deficit will make it tough to come.
Nothing like NBA action. So come out to a Pistons game and enjoy the show. Single game tickets are available to make sure you see right.
Welcome back as we get ready to start the fourth quarter. Not exactly a nail-biter here, but you never know.
Well, guys, for the Pacers, it's been a slow and long climb from the Malice at the Palace back in 04. But now, with a terrific young team fresh off a strong showing in the Eastern Conference Finals, we can finally say the Pacers are back, and they're going to be around for a while contending for championships.
All fueled up and ready to go. Let's reset the lineups courtesy of Gatorade for the fourth quarter. On the court for the Pistons, Rain Man in at point guard. Smith out there with Andre Drummond. Then there's Chauncey Billups, and it's Caldwell Pope in at the 3. Out of bounds, Pistons ball as Detroit keeps possession. And for the Pacers, ever since that unfortunate night in Detroit, the attendance in Indiana has sagged. They've been at the bottom half percentage-wise, Steve, for the last 9 years.
Well, it's time for the fans to come back, Kevin. This is an elite team. They've got really high character, good guys. Ticket prices are about 60% less than the league norm. One of the best arenas in the NBA, and hey, it's Indiana. I mean, this is a basketball state.
And some changes here for the Pacers. West comes in for Luis Scola, and it's Granger in for Hill. Stevenson with it, now guarded by Caldwell Pope. And Stevenson kicks to Hill, passes it to Hibbert. The feed to West. 5 to shoot. Expanding his range. The rebound by Caldwell Pope.
Solid rebound there, and with the score like it is, that's an area they just can't afford to get lazy with.
I think the effort's been there, Steve, but they're still getting outworked just by a skosh.
Rain Man passes to Jennings. Detroit, no good that time either. Pacers trail by 18. Out of bounds, Detroit takes possession. And here's what the Detroit Pistons schedule looks like. They'll be off to Boston for a meeting with the Celtics after this one. That will conclude their brief 2-game road trip. Paul George, he's checked in for Lance Stevenson. They set the pick. Jennings kicks to Caldwell Pope. It's back to Jennings. There's the pass to Rainman. He feeds it to Drummond, and he uses the glass on the layup. Drummond's got 6 here in this quarter.
Another bucket in the paint. That's something they just have not been able to stop today.
I think it's time to make some adjustments defensively, Clark. I mean, what they've got going right now is not getting it done.
And the Pistons making a change here. Smith is checked in. Backing down is Hibbert. They need this one. Off the left rim and out. Pistons leading by 20. Down low, Jennings, fended by West. Rain Man passes to Villanueva. Here's Rain Man for 3. And yes, sir, that one drops. Rain Man's got 11 points here in just the second half. Hill dishes to Hibbert. Outside, George. Granger outside. Launches a 3. Good, and it's Hill picking up the assist. Hill's got his 4th assist in this one.
He had 1 in the first as well. He can be dangerous. Keep an eye on him.
Here's Rain Man. Smith kicks to Jennings. Stolen by Granger. Now the Pacers moving it up. Blocked.
It's a +5 advantage for them in the rebounding category after that board.
Very steady work they've been doing on the interior, no question. And that's, I think, the main reason they have this lead.
Rain Man leads him in there. Out of bounds. Pistons ball as Detroit keeps possession.
Well, that's inexcusable to throw a pass that far off the mark.
Rodney Stuckey's checked in for Brandon Jennings. And we're about 3.5 minutes into the fourth quarter. And now the fast break. Hill with the ball. It's George on the wing. Kicks to Hibbert. Some nice passing here by Indiana. Now here is Hill. He's guarded closely. Clock at 6. 3-pointer. Granger. Rebounded by the Pistons. Their last encounter was in Detroit.
I thought the way they attacked the rim and got into the paint was phenomenal. It seemed like after a while, the defense just kind of waved the white flag.
That's exactly what will happen when a team continues to attack the goal and come away with layups. It demoralizes the defense.
Outside Hill. Pass to Granger. Lets it go from the wing. Gets the bucket. Granger's got 5 points in the quarter.
I wasn't so sure he could get it turned around after that poor first half, but he's got it rolling here a little bit in the second.
There's 1:26 left in the fourth quarter of this one. Gets the bucket. And that's now 29 points for Rain Man.
And tack on a few more points to the lead. Why not? I suppose this is an emphatic showing for this club.
And Steve, they did it in style, a beat down the entire way. Boy, their defense making an impact here late, Kevin.
And straight off the steal, Clark, a perfectly run fast break ends in a slam dunk.
That could be a huge 4-point swing in this game.
Hill with it. Now guarded by Rain Man. George passes to West. West draws the double. George. He kicks it to Hill. Granger for the three. Another miss by Granger.
It's been a great day for them on the boards, Clark. That's definitely been a major factor in building this big lead.
And you know, from a number standpoint, the advantage might not be that large, but they have been manhandling them inside.
Feeds to Stuckey. Dishes to Smith. Back to Stuckey. Fires for three. Yes, and it's Smith with the assist that time.
Well, if it wasn't already out of reach, it is now thanks to this spurt.
Just keep on firing, man. No reason to slow down now.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Outside Hill. Granger dishes to West. Finds the bottom of the bucket from 13 feet out.
Whatever their plan was defensively that time, it didn't work. Not if it results in that shot.
Here's Rain Man. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him. That free throw good from the Rain Man. So for the Pistons, good on both. 6 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Misses. And so it's the Pistons taking care of business here. How much to be...
Your name kept coming up as your teammates talked about the key elements in the win tonight. How does it feel to hear that they had such positive things to say about your play?
It's great, man. These guys know I'm out there putting myself on the line every night because all I want to do is win games. They expect it from me, and I expect the same level of hard work and dedication from them. That's what's special about this team, though. We're all here to win, and we're going to do whatever it takes to make that happen, just like we did tonight. All right, fellas, let's come out strong and never look back, man. It's time to play. Woo!
They're getting into that aggressive mindset right off the bat. You can hear them. They're juiced. You can hear it in his voice as well. Broadcasting live, 2K Sports presents the NBA. It's Monday night. This is Kevin Harlan here with Steve Kerr and Clark Kellogg. Doris Burke has our reports tonight from the sidelines. The starting fives for our game. Here are tonight's starting lineups. Someone will be keeping an eye on Shane Battier.
Well, with him, what immediately comes to mind is the long-range shooting. I mean, he can knock down shots from anywhere, and of course that forces the defense to locate him at all times.
And I don't think you can look past what a fearless player he is, too, guys. I mean, just look at all the charges he takes.
For the Miami Heat, they won their last contest, that game against the Knicks in New York.
I thought the way they attacked the rim and got into the paint was phenomenal. It seemed like after a while, the defense just kind of waved the white flag.
That's exactly what will happen when a team continues to attack the goal and come away with layups. It demoralizes the defense.
Smith on the wing. Smith left side. Now Monroe kicks to Smith. Nice ball movement by Detroit. 6 to shoot. Here's Rain Man. Gets to the rim for 2 with the D all over him. Rain Man's got the first points up on the board here for the Pistons.
You know, when something works for you, you stay with it. The Heat saw after the 2012 finals that small ball was very effective for them. You can see why they chose to do that, given how hard it is to find a power forward that can match up with LeBron. Makes good sense.
Wade missing again. Miami on defense. A moment to check in with Doris Burke. Doris?
Kevin, thank you. I spoke with the Pistons head coach for just a bit. There haven't been many players that have the physical prowess of LeBron James, and he knows that this is going to pose a lot of problems for his team. He told me the most amazing thing to him about LeBron was that he has the ability to be a force at virtually any position on the floor, from point guard to center. He can and does do it all, guys.
Thank you, Doris. Now Wade, following the miss by Brandon Jennings from deep. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot. And mismatches really are what make an NBA offense go at times. Not only can Miami overpower you, Steve, you know, with their sheer talent at times, but if you're trying to guard a perimeter player with a big, you're going to be in trouble.
Well, some people still see small ball as a gimmick, but, you know, for Miami, it's different because you've got LeBron James playing the power forward. So it's not really small ball. He can rebound, he can defend, he can do everything. And so the Heat become a nightmare to guard at the other end, and you can rarely take advantage of them offensively.
Bosh heads the pick for LeBron. Pass to Cole. Back to LeBron. He dishes it to Cole. Bosh. LeBron outside. And the shot clock expires. 24-second violation. And let's bring up a list of some of the NBA's hottest players. Among shooting guards, these are the leading scorers over the course of the last month. Wayne Wade on top.
Possibly the single most dangerous player in the NBA right there. A machine at the offensive end. So hard for any defense to deal with.
And, Steve, what makes him special is his ability to score from anywhere and everywhere on the court, inside, outside. You have to keep tabs on him at all times, and even then, he can hurt you.
Shots good from the Rain Man.
Man, a gaping hole in the defense that time, and he didn't waste any time getting through it.
First quarter of play, we're about 3 minutes in. Cole dishes to Wade. The rim-rattling two-handed jam.
Well, you know, he's not a guy that's just going to settle for pulling up. When he has an opportunity, he's going to take it strong to the hoop.
One thing with Wade that doesn't seem to be going away is his quickness off the dribble. He still has that devastating crossover. He may not be able to do it every night, but there are nights when he just looks like he's right in his prime.
And Miami has possession after the miss from Rainman. Cole, the pass to LeBron. Wade, right side.
And Kevin, he's really solidified his role as the closer on this team. You know, Miami struggled to figure out whether they'd go to LeBron or Bosh or Wade at first. I think Wade has become the guy.
Well, I tell you what, it's nice to have two guys that are capable of closing, Steve. And I agree with you, though. His aggressiveness and confidence probably give him a slight edge in closing over LeBron. You can play great defense on him, but he still typically finds a way to get the shot he wants.
And Wade has a number of elusive moves, Clark, getting into the lane. He did the spin, the Euro step, which I love, by the way.
Yeah.
And the windmill crossover.
He's got it all. I mean, he's figured out how to get to that bucket, and I think the crossover is probably his custom move. Just as he changes directions, he swings the ball quickly over his head to the other side, avoiding the rip.
On the wings, it's D. Wade and LeBron James. Chris Bosh is out there with Shane Battier, and it's Cole in at the point. That's the group in the game for the Heat. Here's Wade. No luck. And Detroit the other way now. Their last encounter was in Detroit.
Well, Kevin, they constructed a perfect offensive game plan going into that game, and it was quickly apparent how powerless the defense was to stop him.
Powerless is a good way to put it, Steve. We're unlikely to see that many uncontested baskets again anytime soon.
And Cole kicks to Wade. Drops it in from 11 feet. Wade's got 8 points.
You know, that's one way he can finish, but not the only way. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve.
Here's Rain Man. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up, and 2 shots coming up.
A moment here now to see the numbers for LeBron James. Great work over the last month. First in scoring, 5th in assists. And his field goal percentage has been off the charts. He's in the top 5 in the NBA in terms of shooting accuracy.
And, Steve, we really can't gloss over his ranking as the top scorer in the NBA. I mean, he's the one guy you don't want to see coming out of the opposing locker room.
Working on your Rebco. And Cole kicks to LeBron. Good ball movement here by the Heat. Bosh can't get it to go. Excellent defense there from Smith. Now let's send it to Doris from the sideline.
Hey guys, Rain Man in their last game against the 76ers was a big factor. He finished with 8 points, and part of that scoring came from beyond the arc, adding a few threes to his already impressive season total. With a game like he had, there weren't a lot of things you could point to where he went wrong.
All right, Doris, thanks. And Steve, yet another special game from a player that we know is incredibly capable for this team.
Yeah, he sure is. We saw it firsthand, and it was fun to watch. He really got it rolling.
Yeah, nothing better than to see a guy confident, comfortable, on a roll, and elevating his team to high levels of play. That's a beautiful thing to watch, fellas.
And he gets it back. And Brandon Jennings gets the whistle that time. That is his first foul of the game. For the Pistons, Andre Drummond comes in for Greg Monroe. And Villanueva is subbed in for Josh Smith. And in the second quarter, a little under 3.5 minutes played already. For the Detroit Pistons, they come in off the loss to Philadelphia.
Kevin, that was really a tremendous effort. I mean, I thought they were coming all the way back. What a great fourth quarter of basketball. Just not enough to take it all the way.
Yeah, they had everybody in the building on the edge of their seats. That was an incredible comeback. Just came up a little bit short in the end.
Lewis kicks to Cole. Back to Lewis. Dishes to Bosh. Working on Drummond. Shot clock at 5. Miami no good on that time either.
You just assume he's going to knock those down when he's as open as he was there.
Jerebko, the pass to Rainman. Doubled by Haslem. Jerebko kicks to Villanueva. Hits the three-point bomb. And now a three-point Piston lead.
D there, guys, was pretty much non-existent. I mean, you can't leave a good shooter like that open.
The shot's good from the Rain Man. Rain Man's got 11 points.
Another bucket in the paint. That's something they just have not been able to stop today.
I think it's time to make some adjustments defensively, Clark. I mean, what they've got going right now is not getting it done.
Lewis dishes to Cole. He kicks it to Bosh. Tries to snap the Cole streak. Count that one. Bosh has got his first points of the night.
Well, you know, with LeBron James as the main post threat on Miami, The outside shooting touch of Chris Bosh fits perfectly to help them space the floor, and he continues to expand his range.
Here's what Detroit's going with right now. Monroe comes in for Andre Drummond, and Kyle Singler subbed in for Charlie Villanueva. The Heat trail by 5. Left side Anderson. Monroe on him. Shoots a fader. Offensive rebound. Blanketed by the D. He fights to the rim for the layup. Haslam's got his second basket.
You got to put bodies on the glass right there. They just are not getting it done on the boards.
Yeah, they've got to do a much better job of going harder than that to the glass.
Back to Monroe. And there's the whistle. Fouled hard on the shot. He'll go to the line. We talk about Bosh in his shooting range. He's trying to develop a reliable three-point shot as well.
Well, it's happened. In the playoffs last year, he shot a lot of threes. It's kind of a function of the Miami offense, trying to provide floor spacing for LeBron and Wade. But in some ways, it takes Bosh away from what's made him good, too, the slashing and the ability to score around the basket.
Josh Smith, he's checked in for your Rebco.
I think Greg Monroe offers a lot for a team. I mean, he's a big man who can pass and shoot at a high level, but the one thing he doesn't do is really protect the rim. He's not a shot blocker in the traditional sense of the word.
8-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock.
Oh! That was wicked!
Pistons leading by 3. Here's Rain Man. Wade is covering. Monroe's shot is good. Monroe's got 6. And a tight game here as we end the first half. Pistons lead by 5. And don't go away.
Now, presented by Sprint. And we play to the Sprint Halftime Report, presented by Sprint.
Welcome back. A beautiful night here in Miami, Florida, as we continue.
Talk about a terrific game for Rain Man. He's got 11 points and 1 steal as well. The motor on this guy is amazing. Completely revved up. He's been everywhere today.
He sure has, Clark. Both ends of the floor. I mean, his offense has been great, but defensively he's brought huge energy, too.
While we've got a moment, let's set the floor. Brought to you by Gatorade, all fueled up for the second half. And Detroit looking at who they've got. Rain Man in at point guard. Jonas Jerebko out there with Smith. Then there's Jennings, and it's Monroe in at the center.
I like the work there, contesting that shot that looked like it was going to be easy, but they forced the miss.
You know what? He got it in close, but couldn't finish in traffic.
Cole, the pass to Bosh. And 2 free throws coming up as he misses that one. Drawing the whistle and a lot of contact there. That one on Monroe.
You know, Miami went to that smaller lineup last season, and a big change in that was having Chris Bosh move over to the 5 spot. Not his natural position, but I thought he held his own both offensively and defensively playing in the middle.
He doesn't get the second one. And for Bosh playing the center, Steve, he's giving up some weight out there.
But he's a very smart defender. He avoids fouls. And you know, the way the league is these days, Kevin, most teams play smaller. And Bosh can normally find a center that he can guard without too much trouble. But there are a few matchups around the league that are a problem.
Well, they got the speed and the pressure of that Miami defense. You know, you think they're able to compensate for any lack of size inside by using those other things.
Yeah, that's normally the case against, I would say, the vast majority of the league.
LeBron, left side. The finger roll finish at the bucket. LeBron's got his 3rd basket of the night right there.
Dropped that one in as soft as a feather using the finger roll.
Here's Rain Man, and Detroit again with the bucket.
And at the offensive end, he's done about as much as they could have hoped for today.
And Miami calls their first time out of the game.
You know, he just isn't pleased at all with the looks they've given up defensively inside. So I think this timeout is all about trying to get his group to tighten up defensively.
They just don't look very sharp to me on the defensive side.
LeBron against Smith. The drive by LeBron. LeBron gets the screen from Wade. Nice open look, but it's no good.
Most of the time, that shot will go down. Boy, the defenders have to make sure they tag it.
Jennings passes to Raymond. It's back to Jennings. The feed now to Uredko. Pistons passing it around. Smith kicks to Monroe. Working on Bosch. Shot clock at 6. Monroe, no good.
That was not pretty there. You got to make that one, but maybe that's not his range.
You know, Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra worked his way up from the very bottom in that organization. I mean, he got his start as a video coordinator, and through years of hard work and dedication has really become an outstanding coach.
The shot's good from the Rain Man. Rain Man's got 6 points in the quarter. The Heat trail by 6. Here's Cole. Right now averaging 5 points a game. Out of bounds, Detroit takes possession. And back to Coach Eric Spoelstra. As a guy who got his start as a video coordinator, picking the game apart, Steve, he's very comfortable with the new advanced stat movement, analytics in the NBA.
Yeah, and I've had a chance to speak with him quite a bit. He says that the way they use advanced stats is just as a conversation piece in the coaching room. Their analytics department will bring them various information, and it will force them to ask questions, which is very healthy for a coaching staff to do.
It's LeBron with the drive.
Much has been made about the show LeBron puts out during games, but he also puts on a spectacle in his pregame routine. Last season, he and others started pulling out all the stops and dunking in the pregame warm-up in an effort to break a sweat.
Caldwell Pope, he's checked in for Greg Monroe. Wade against Stuckey. There's the lob to the hoop, and it's Smith finishing it off.
Phenomenal alley-oop slam right there, guys.
They're taking advantage, Clark, of a team that looks lost out there.
Yeah, this is threatening to get kind of ugly out here.
And Clark, you mentioned the pregame dunks for LeBron, a devastating finisher. Some have asked why he's never competed in the All-Star Slam Dunk competition. In fact, I say that every Saturday night I'm sitting on that microphone. Why isn't LeBron in this competition?
Wouldn't it be nice? In fact, I think, didn't Magic Johnson even put up a $1 million incentive for him to compete? Yeah, it would be incredible to see him. I don't know. I think it's become almost a chore for players these days to enter, but it would be fantastic to see him out there. Not a whole lot that they're doing right defensively at this stage after playing a pretty solid first half.
The Pistons have shot 70% from the free throw line tonight, 7 for 10. Rashard Lewis, he's checked in for LeBron. Anthony with the screen on Stuckey. He feeds it to Haslam. There's 1:40 left to play in the third. Here's Cole. Three-pointer, Wade. It's rebounded by Uredko. Uredko's got his third rebound tonight, and it's out of bounds. The Heat will take it the other way. And let's take a second to recognize the rookies who have been doing a terrific job distributing the basketball this past month. Look at Rain Man, third in assists and a great leader.
Well, guys, if the last month is any indication, it looks to me like he could be an effective passer in this league for a long time.
Well, hold on here. Let's put the parking brakes on this. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I mean, it's been a great month for him, but I want to see him continue to put up those kind of assist numbers.
Wade kicks to Cole. Lewis. The feather touch on the finger roll. Beautiful. And the Heat making a change here.
And let's take a look now. Some of Josh Smith's numbers. They are loving what they've seen from him over the last month. Those stat lines have been tremendous. 12th in blocks. And he's been quite an offensive threat, averaging enough points to put him in the top 20 in scoring.
You know, Steve, something else that you pointed out was that his interior defense hasn't been too shabby at all. I mean, He's got some terrific block numbers.
And it's D. Wade with the rebound.
You see the defenders get out of his way a lot of times when he's on his way to the bucket, but not that time.
Here's Rain Man, rips down the breakaway slam.
Boy, I love it. Active hands on the steal, active feet on the fast break.
And Clark Power on the dunk.
And guys, this is just too close of a game to be giving the ball up like that and then failing to get back in transition.
Wade kicks to Lewis. Back to Wade. Lewis on the wing. Lets the three fly. Rebounded by the Pistons. Yarebko's got 4 rebounds now tonight. They get to take on the Magic at Orlando after this one. That will conclude their brief 2-game road trip. Back to Stuckey. Stolen by Lewis. And we've watched 3 so far in this one. It's Detroit leading by 8. Back after this from the American Airlines Arena.
Tune in this Wednesday night, February 5th. The Detroit Pistons take on Aaron Aflalo and the Orlando Magic. Be there.
Well, welcome back as we get set to start the 4th. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown so far for the Pistons.
Well, they're taking high percentage shots in the paint. I like the way their offense is clicking.
They've consistently drilled the mid-range jumper tonight as well, which has forced the D to come out on them.
Filling out the wings, Wade and Battier. Jarvis Bernardo is out there with Chris Bosh, and it's Cole in at the point. That's the group on the floor for Miami.
If you battle for the offensive rebound and come up with it, you're guaranteed a high-quality shot on a follow just like he got there.
And 2 shots coming up at the line as he gets fouled on the shot. That free throw good from the Rain Man. LeBron, he's checked in for Miami. And good on the second, so he makes them both. The Heat trail by 8. It's back to Battier. On the wing, Dwayne Wade. LeBron outside. Just 5 to shoot. The Heat need to get a shot off. And that one's good.
I tell you what, you don't want to allow too many of those kinds of baskets with the game on the line.
No, this is when defenses have to protect the basket with everything they've got. Force the offense to shoot from the perimeter.
Jerebko, and lots of contact there. Missing the shot. He'll shoot 2.
Jonas Jerebko is really a mobile, hustling 4-man out of Sweden. I mean, a nice find for the Pistons as a second-round pick back in 2009.
And Jerebko had that Achilles tear, missed the 2010-2011 season.
Yeah, but he bounced back nicely. A little bit of a tweener, kind of a small forward, power forward hybrid, but he's tough. You love the energy and the defense that he brings to the game.
Yeah, Jonas is a nice rotation big, you're right. Jennings against Wade. The jump hook. No good on the shot, a bit long that time. Pistons leading by 8. Doubled by Bosh. In low to Monroe. Nice ball movement by Detroit. Jennings for 3. They get it back. Monroe's shot is good.
He's a grinder. Love what he does under the offensive boards, really bringing energy and life to his team.
And the Heat call time here.
Well, you love the skill level for Greg Monroe. I mean, he played the Princeton-style offense at Georgetown. He's a terrific high-post passer, and he actually handles the ball really well for a guy of his size.
Let's find out what Doris Burke has for us.
Well, guys, I was able to listen in on what Eric Spoelstra was going over with his team in that last huddle. He got after them and told them to turn up the intensity, saying, we've put ourselves in a corner, and now we've got to fight our way out. Show me what you have. Let's see if we've got what it takes, guys.
And thanks for that story, Doris. Free throw, no good for LeBron. And you mentioned the great hands for Greg Monroe. A nice soft touch, Steve, around the rim.
And also great at just hauling in rebounds, grabbing steals. He really has a nose for the ball.
Battier, covered by Smith. Feeds it to Cole. And it's rejected. Tries to save it. And it's out of bounds to the Heat as Miami retains possession. And a moment to check out Miami and who they've got coming up. After this one, they take on the Clippers at the Staples Center. That will kick off a 6-game road trip for the team. Battier dishes to Bosch. And foul called as he misses. He'll go to the line and shoot 2. That one on Monroe. And here's what the Detroit Pistons schedule looks like. They get to take on the Magic at Orlando after this one. That'll be the second of this 2-game road trip. And that one falls for Bosch.
You know, it's been a bad day for them at the line today as a whole, and far too often, that's the case for this team.
So he hits 1 of 2 from the stripe.
They're digging their own hole here, throwing dirt on themselves. They haven't been nearly as efficient from the line as they were in the first half, and that can be self-destructive.
Back to Monroe. Smith outside. They set the pick. He passes it to Uretko. 4 on the clock. The Pistons need to get off a shot here. No good from Raymond. The Heat trail by 7. The drive by LeBron. The turnaround jumper. That one wide left. Detroit's gotten off to an 0-for-2 start from downtown here in the fourth quarter. Here's Rain Man. Goes to the reverse layup and drops it in. Rain Man's got 4 this quarter.
See how he used the rim to protect the ball perfectly from the defender on that reverse.
And Cole kicks to Bosch. There's the pass to Wade. Back to LeBron. There's the dish to Bosch. Boy, that looked like goaltending. Yes, it is, and so they will award the basket there.
He didn't get to that one quite in time, Kevin. Those can be tough to gauge sometimes.
A bit under 3.5 minutes have passed here in the fourth. Here's Rain Man, defended by Cole. Smith kicks to Monroe. Passes it to Rain. Outside Jennings takes the 3. The offensive rebound. And a foul on the shot. He'll go to the stripe for 2.
He's been absolutely in control. No slowing down for Monroe. He's got 8 points, and he's done his job at the charity stripe. He's gotten 4 of his points from there.
And that's a good place to get them. You know, they don't come easier than that, but you've got to get yourself there first.
He hits the second from the line.
You know, they've really improved at the line from the first half. Things have gotten a lot better. They've gotten there a good number of times, and they've converted a high percentage of it.
Wade drives in, and the layup falls.
You know, the only tough part of that basket for him was getting into such good position. The rest of it seemed easy.
Here's Rain Man, defended by Cole. Jennings passes to Rain. Smith outside. 6 on the shot clock. The shot's good from the Rain Man. Rain Man's got 6 in the quarter.
Good job there recognizing the mismatch and then just going straight up with the shot. He's got a major height advantage.
And the Pistons making a change here. Stuckey's checked in. Wade against Stuckey. Wade dishes to Bosch. LeBron kicks to Bosch. Back to LeBron. Out to Wade. Puts up a 3. Rebounded by Greg Monroe. Monroe's got rebound number 8 now on the night.
It just hasn't been a very good day for him, guys. They need him to start burying some of those.
Smith outside. Pass to Raymond. Kicks it to Monroe. Smith outside. He dishes it to Uretko. Back to Smith. A three-pointer is right on target. And now an 11-point Detroit lead.
And a terrific run to really put this ball game away.
And now let's see how many more points they can throw up there before the horn sound.
The shot's good from LeBron.
You know, he's knocking down his shots today, but it hasn't really translated to the scoreboard yet.
Here's Rain Man, defended by Cole. Urebko, the pass to Stuckey. Here's Rain Man. Pass to Smith. Nice ball movement by Detroit. Urebko can't get it to go.
Boy, I'm shocked he didn't make that one. He usually knocks that one down with ease.
LeBron kicks to Cole. Good, and the assist goes to LeBron.
The easiest way to do it sometimes is with the bounce pass.
And now they decide to foul intentionally. There's 18 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And that's an intentional foul. He hits the first one, and that makes it a 7-point lead. So he gets them both, and it's an 8-point game. Here's Cole. Puts up a three. Nails it. Oh, and that cuts the lead to just 5. 12 seconds left to play here in the fourth. And so they choose to intentionally foul. Gets the first, and that increases their lead to 6. And a different look here for the Pistons. The second one is good, hitting both at the line, and it's a 7-point game.
Showing off a very smooth stroke at the free throw line right there.
And here's LeBron outside. No luck.
Good solid defense on the perimeter there, challenging the shot and not fouling.
Even the best shooters can be bothered by his defense.
And so it's Detroit with the W. Both teams played well, but these guys had the edge.
Yeah, I think so. They were just steak knife sharp. Very on top of their game here.
Well said. And that about wraps it up for Clark Kellogg, Steve Kerr, and Doris Burke. This is Kevin Harlan thanking you for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. And now, Jordan presents our player of the game, Rain Man.
I want to thank everybody out there for their purchase. We surely appreciate it. What you about to witness is my thoughts. Just my thoughts, man. Right or wrong, just what I was feeling at the time.
You guys were rolling tonight, and you really seem to be feeling it with your shot. How much of a factor did that play in the win?
Oh, it's nice to get on a little bit of a roll, and even nicer when we end up winning the game. I just kept getting open, and the guys were getting me the ball at the right time. So yeah, I guess my performance was a factor in the win, but the team as a whole made it happen as part of executing our offense the way it's supposed to be run. It definitely wasn't just me. Definitely.
Masuk aja.
See my jewels dripping on my Timberlands, stepping like a criminal. Success is so imminent. Black Rolls Royce, eggplant, double-breasted suit from Tom Ford. Bon voyage, left haters in the fog. Look up in the sky, bet you recognize a boss. Look into my eyes as I fantasize for us. Still lacking shot like this is summer class crush. Money coming fast, I'm never in a rush, no. Plus another 20 in a tuck. Send me in a truck, another 40 on the wrist. $250,000 on my mind, got me living like I pitch. Dodging Robin Givens, balling like I'm Roger Clemens. Still in the game,
Coming to you live on 2K Sports, this is the NBA. Hi, everyone. Kevin Harlan alongside my broadcast partner, Steve Kerr and Clark Kellogg. It's great to have you with us. And now a quick check of our starting lineups for both teams. Someone will be keeping an eye on Meta World Peace.
Really a physical, imposing player, Kevin, and he brings that to bear at every opportunity. He's never someone to back down, especially when the intensity ramps up. I mean, he seems to throw his weight around and just bring that energy that you need.
You know, Steve, something else that jumps out at me about him is how often he thwarts penetration with his active hands. I mean, he gets a lot of his steals as players try to make their way to the basket.
And for the Pistons, we've got another hometown game here in Detroit. The Cavaliers beat them last time when these two teams met in Cleveland.
Was not a very inspired performance for them, particularly defensively. I thought, they gave the hostile crowd a lot to cheer about, frankly.
Yeah, they allowed a lot of free runs to the hoop, a lot of open jumpers, and in the end, the opponent's shooting percentage was right through the roof, and you can't win when that's the case.
Here's Rain Man, following the basket by Kyrie Irving. Back to Smith. Pass to Rain Man. Pocket 6. And Smith with the stuff.
You know, for a player with his explosiveness, that was ATM time. Cash money, the easy way.
Yeah, that kind of defense is not going to cut it against him.
Cash money. I like that, Clark.
When you think of the Detroit Pistons, you always think back to some of the big powerhouse championship teams of the late 80s or early 2000s when they won titles as well. They've always been a team to contend with, but fans are being put through a pretty good test here as they rebuild.
Here's Rain Man. He's coming off a 13-point game against San Antonio.
Boy, I tell you what, guys, he's an extremely strong finisher. I'm surprised he wasn't able to power that through the defense.
Waiters dishes to Irving. Passes it to Bynum. Working on Smith. From 10 feet out, it's Drummond with the rebound. Another season for Detroit and another year that their fans would like to forget. Steve, they were one of the younger teams in the league last season, and you can expect a team so young to take some lumps.
Oh, for sure. But there's some good young talent. Monroe, Drummond, of course, they signed Josh Smith, and this is a team that has plenty of ability, and they're trying to put it together now this year.
And let's get this update now from Doris Burke, who's across the way on the sideline.
Kevin, thank you. I spoke with the Pistons head coach for just a bit. On his mind, the difficult task of defending Zach Randolph. He said Randolph's especially tough because he's not only a go-to scorer on the low block and the pinch post, but also a guy who can pick up a lot of second chance points with his work on the glass. He's a 20 and 10 double-double guy for a reason. We'll have our hands full trying to slow him down. Guys, back to you.
And thank you, Doris. Now, here is World Peace. After the miss from Rainman. And World Peace kicks to Randolph. From the top of the key, he buries it. For the Detroit Pistons, they come in off the loss to the San Antonio Spurs.
Well, Clark, they really shot terribly from downtown in that one and eventually paid the price for it.
They sure did. I mean, sometimes you can make up for poor three-point shooting with a strong inside game, but theirs wasn't quite strong enough. You know, when Randolph was younger, guys, he got a bad rap for making bonehead plays on the court, putting up ill-advised threes and committing foolish fouls and so on and so on. But since coming to Memphis, he's been as heady and as smart and as engaged a player as anyone at the 4 spot in the league. He's one of my favorite guys to watch work because he does it with skill, force, and understanding of the game.
Tyler Zeller's checked in for the Cavaliers. Rain Man passes to Monroe. Just 5 to shoot, and that one's good. Monroe's got his first 2 points of the night.
Wow, he was just wide open there. That's way too easy.
Randolph dishes to Irving. Rebound by Smith. Well, you talk about Randolph's understanding of the game. Not the biggest or the most athletic guy, but certainly, Steve, he finds ways to be effective.
You know, Kevin, I was a teammate of his rookie season.
I've forgotten about that.
Yeah, you could see then he had all kinds of skill and feel for the game. A terrific passer and just has a way of putting the ball in the basket.
Only played the 1 season at Michigan State.
That's right.
Marion, Indiana, Zach Randolph. The Pistons leading. A minute 50 left in the first quarter of the game. Feeds it to Stuckey. He dishes it to Monroe. Nice ball movement by Detroit. No good from Rainman. And for the Cleveland Cavaliers, they come in off a good outing against the Kings.
You know, so often in the NBA we talk about how you have to earn your points the hard way, but it didn't seem like that was the case. Everything came pretty easily.
Too many of their points came the easy way, Steve. You're right. On dunks and layups against the defense.
The Cavaliers trail by 8.
You know, it's really hard to say that Lady Luck hasn't been smiling on the Cavs in the past few years. LeBron was lost a few years back, but ever since then, they've had tremendous luck in the NBA draft lottery and had the first overall pick in 2 of the last 3 years.
Monroe and Drummond there inside. On the wings, KCP and Josh Smith. And it's Rain Man in at the point. That's the 5 on the floor for the Pistons. Going back to what you said about the Cavs, great luck for them indeed with 2 number 1s in 3 years. That's definitely how you turn a franchise around.
Well, you got to make sure you hit on those draft picks. And as of right now, I would say only Kyrie Irving is a sure thing. Dion Waiters, the jury's still out. Tristan Thompson looks like a nice player. He's getting better. And we'll find out with Anthony Bennett. Yeah, Kevin, his ball skills are almost second to none. He takes guys literally out of their shoes sometimes with that dribble.
Well, that tight handle, that rush hour handle, I call it, the things he can do with the ball make him a very entertaining player to watch, Steve.
Bennett's checked in for Tyler Zeller. Randolph sets a screen for Irving. High post shot. The shot no good. And the Pistons now going the other way.
He has not been on his game, and you know their deficit isn't totally on him, but he has not helped the situation.
Shots good from the Rain Man.
You know, the only tough part of that basket for him was getting into such good position. The rest seemed easy.
Irving kicks to Bennett. The pass to Waiters. Waiters off a pick from Bennett. It's stolen. Here's Rain Man, covered by Irving. Rain Man passes to Drummond. Here's Rain Man. Shot clock at 6. And he can't extend the lead to double digits.
That's one he knows he should have made.
And a chance here to catch up with the 4th member of our crew, Doris Burke. Hi, Doris.
He finished with 13 points and also did some work on the glass, grabbing a few rebounds to help out. It was just one of those games where he was a step slow on many plays and couldn't find his groove. We'll see if it was a fluke that he can rebound from here, guys.
You're bringing it, Doris. Thank you so much. Thanks for that report. And I know, Clark, he was pretty disappointed in that performance.
And as a result, Kevin, I know we'll see him be more focused here. I mean, he does not like to lose or play poorly.
Man, sometimes in the NBA, that's what happens. You have a bad one, and it refocuses you. You know, an 82-game schedule wears you down. Sometimes you need a bad performance to kind of rekindle the fire.
How about that cloth soft touch? I mean, just a gentle little teardrop, almost like a falling leaf, a leaf falling down slowly to the ground. Very sweet and colorful, too.
Smith drives in. He passes to Rainman. The shot is off. Some solid defense there from Irving. And now the fast break. Irving with the ball. And the Cavaliers making a change here. Zeller's checked in. 59 seconds left now here in the second. Now the dish to Irving. That's good.
Well, it looks like he's finally found his footing in this game. His first quarter was a real struggle, but he's gotten it going now.
The shot's good from the Rain Man.
What a job he's doing here. I mean, his second quarter has been even better than his first, and that was pretty good.
To the middle. Oh, a nice defensive play to disrupt the alley-oop. Now Detroit moving it up. And off the left side of the rim, and it swirls in for him. And it's a 9-point Piston lead. Outside Irving. He feeds it to G. We've got 13 seconds left to play in the first half. 6 to shoot. It's taken away by Stuckey. The 3 from Billups, and that one's good. Billups has got 8 points in the quarter.
Looked like the defense was totally scattered on that fast break. Nice job taking advantage there with.
And now, brought to you by Sprint.
It's Wednesday.
The Sprint Halftime Report, presented by Sprint.
Welcome back, everyone, to the start of the second half. Big margin on our hands, but we'll see if that gap narrows down in the third and fourth quarters. It's been a clinic out there by Rainman.
Yeah, he was on a mission there in the first half, just trying to get into the lane every time possible.
Aggressive attacking basketball at its very best.
So on the floor for Cleveland, Irving and Waiters, the guards. Zach Randolph is out there with World Peace, and it's Bynum in at the 5 spot.
You know, a lot of players in this league are so clever with the ball, they can make defenders look foolish. That's what Kyrie Irving does. I mean, he's just a magician with the ball.
Here's Rain Man, and it's Kyrie Irving with the rebound. Irving's got his 4th rebound in this one. The Cavaliers trail by 12. Randolph sets a screen for Irving. It's taken away by Smith. And here comes Smith leading the fast break. And he goes in for the dunk.
Textbook example there of how to use defense to create offense.
Yeah, beautiful transition play after the steal all the way to the basket.
Wasted no time going from defense to offense.
Yeah, it feels like they're starting to pick up the intensity as the game itself starts to get a little more tight and close.
And it's World Peace missing. And going back to Kyrie Irving, ambidextrous, they say, with the ball in his hand.
He really is. He can go both ways, and he plays with such great pace and energy offensively. Keeps the ball tight on the string, a true point guard, and I think his assist numbers will only climb as the offensive players around him continue to get better.
Steve was saying he was amphibious. I didn't understand that at all, Steve. Back to Randolph. Outside Irving. Left side Irving. Smooth as silk on the finger roll. Irving's got 11 points.
Broke out the finger roll, guys. That was kind of a stylish finish.
You know, the Cavs have been very mindful of remaining flexible in terms of the salary cap. And when you do this, you set yourself up to perhaps make a big splash in free agency at some point, and you know what's coming. They might have a chance to re-sign LeBron in 2014 with how their books look.
Already it's February. Let's see how the East is matching up. We'll take a look at the Cavaliers. The season well underway, and they've been solid. In third right now. And, of course, Detroit tied up with them.
When I look at Cleveland, they're really quite an incredible success story. After coming into the season with such low expectations, they've really turned the league on its ear. They've been very impressive.
You know, I thought it would take them a long time to get all the pieces to fit this year, but little did I know that. I mean, those pieces were already in place, seemingly right out of training camp, Clark.
Stuckey with it, and it's Waiters picking him up. Drummond dishes to Stuckey. Pass to Raymond. Smith outside. Off the mark there with the three-point shot. And that had been the rumor for a while. The Cavaliers looking to maybe mend some bridges and bring LeBron back into the mix when he hits free agency next year. Their books are certainly in order for it, Steve, and it might happen.
Hey, you never know. I mean, nobody expected LeBron to leave in the first place, so why not give yourself an opportunity? You are in his backyard in terms of LeBron's hometown, so I like what the Cavs have done. They've added young talent, but they've maintained flexibility just in case.
The Pistons have gone now 5 seasons, guys, without posting a winning record, and they're on their 4th coach in that time. Been musical chairs on the bench. Hopefully, they'll be able to find some stability there and some improvement on the court.
Catching up on the changes for Cleveland. Tristan Thompson comes in for Zach Randolph. And Jarrett Jack is subbed in for Kyrie Irving. Here's Bynum, and he finishes it off with a one-handed jam. I like that they're taking it inside and taking advantage of each opportunity, Clark, to chip away at the deficit.
Yeah, and doing it with the dunk is a major energizer, too. Gets the momentum going.
Yeah, and I think the interior defense, as good a job offensively as we saw. The defensive presence was almost non-existent. They may see this lead disappear if they continue to give up those easy points.
And the Pistons' long rebuild has hurt attendance. There's no doubt about that. It's dropped over 20% over the last decade, down around 67% last season. Steve, last in the NBA.
Well, of course, this city has also been hit hard by the economy, Kevin, and that has played a role. But no question, the Pistons' struggles have led to the attendance dropping. Hopefully, this team, with the good young talent they put together, can get things turned around and get these fans back.
Here's Rain Man, defended by Jack.
Guys, that's simply superb. Ball pressure, a run out, and then a dunk in transition.
Exactly, Clark, what they wanted, the aggressive defense to lead to.
Yeah, points in transition.
Yeah, that's why you want to make the other team feel uncomfortable handling the ball, because you can get easy points out of it at the other end.
And Waiters kicks to G. Some nice passing by Cleveland here. Shot clock at 5. And here is Billups. He's got 11. Here's Rain Man. Screen by Monroe. Here's Rain Man. Thompson with the rebound.
Really good offensive execution. Nice pick. Just couldn't get the shot to go.
Well, you love to see that as a basketball purist. Guy setting a good screen and then getting the shot opportunity.
In a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the Pistons.
Well, it's been an outstanding game for them in the open court. Their fast break points really stand out.
And the other thing they're doing is they're forcing turnovers and then converting those miscues into points at the other end.
Minutes checked in for the Cavaliers. Barzov comes in for Tristan Thompson.
He's just been the man since the start of this quarter. I mean, just a tremendous period of basketball for him.
And the Cavaliers making a change here. World Peace is checked in. Barzov passes to Jack. Outside World Peace. Shoots from 12. And the rejection by Smith. Pass to Caldwell Pope. And that's out of bounds. Detroit will retain possession.
Looking at the Cavaliers over the last 10 and how they compare to the rest of the league, this is what we've got. First in shooting percentage. First in three-point field goal percentage. And they're the number 2 scoring team in the league. This is a well-balanced, well-oiled offensive machine.
And the shooting is really what stands out to me. This is a team that does such a good job of finding open looks. They're unselfish. They work offensively to create good shots. And when they do that and they're on their game, they're tough to beat. Yeah, close, but I didn't think he got on balance quickly enough.
And it's hard to draw charges as quick as players are at this level. That's not an easy bit of work there.
Rain Man passes to Jennings.
I'm sure Coach would like to see them take more higher percentage shots. They have the lead, but they've not been able to knock down the threes as well as they did in that first half.
Kicks to G from deep. Once again off the mark by Cleveland. Detroit leading by 19. Here's Rain Man. 22 points for him. No good. Some solid defense from Carsall. Shot and game clock separated by 5. Outside Jack. Now the feed to World Peace. Buries the long-range jumper. World Peace has got 5. Detroit's gone 6 of 11 when they're taking the three-point shot tonight. Very respectable. Here's Rain Man. There's the 3. That falls. Great assist by Brandon Jennings. Jennings has got 3 assists tonight. And here at the end of the third quarter, it's a double-digit ball game.
Nothing like NBA action. So come out.
Welcome back. Fourth quarter action starting up in what has been a one-sided show. Detroit leading by 19 points. Our fourth quarter action underway, presented by Gatorade. All fueled up and ready to go. Let's reset the lineups. On the court for the Pistons, Monroe and Drummond, they're inside. Rain Man is out there with Jennings. And it's Stuckey in at the 3 slot. The Cavaliers shooting has been just great so far, up at 56%. Irving with it, now guarded by Rain Man. Ball's knocked loose and stolen by Jennings. And now the Pistons fast break. Here's Stuckey. Waiters grabs the miss.
Great look. Disappointing result.
You know, most times he knocks that one down.
And it's Irving missing.
You see the defenders get out of his way a lot of times when he's on his way to the bucket, but not that time.
Detroit's gotten off 12 shots from beyond the arc tonight, hitting 7 of them. Here's Rain Man. The finger roll finish at the bucket. Rain Man's got 15 points in just the second half. Cleveland with the ball, and they're off to Philadelphia after this game as they'll take on the 76ers. That will conclude their brief 2-game road trip. Irving kicks to Waiters. Just 5 on the clock. Back to Irving. And off inside. Monroe on him. And, here, there's a whistle. He was going up for a layup, and while it looked like there was some contact, I wasn't sure they were going to call it a foul shot or not, but sure enough they have. So we've got a couple of free throws coming up. And the Pistons making a change here. Smith has checked in. Just over a minute and a half played here in the fourth. Here's Rain Man. The basket drops, and he gets fouled on the shot. One free throw coming his way.
Those defenders look like they're out of gas. I mean, they're getting pushed around on the low block.
Well, their energy is lacking, and they've got to start playing harder and battle down in the paint.
Irving with it, now guarded by Rain Man, and there's the call on Bynum. That is his first foul of the game. Detroit leading by 22. Here's Rain Man. And the layup's good off the glass. Rain Man's got 31 points.
And they're beginning to fall apart a little bit defensively, especially inside.
Well, that's 4 straight buckets now at the rim.
Irving kicks to World Peace. It's Drummond with the rebound. Drummond's got his 6th rebound on the night. Here's Rain Man. He's covered by Irving. He kicks it to Drummond. Smith outside. Stuckey. The shot. Kyrie Irving with the rebound. Irving's got 4 rebounds in this game. The dive for the ball. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Cavaliers will retain possession. And here's what the Detroit Pistons schedule looks like. They'll be at home for the next game against the Bobcats. And that'll be the final game of this 5-game homestand.
Well, and you know the fans out in Charlotte are desperately hoping for a win there.
Bynum kicks to Irving. Picked his pocket. Here's Rain Man. Played in with a nice touch off the glass. Rain Man's got 8 points here in this quarter.
You know, they really aren't putting up any resistance on the low block. That's the 5th consecutive basket inside.
And Steve, these looks they're allowing are almost automatic.
Randolph can't hit. The Pistons have gone 5 of 8 shooting as we've come down the home stretch in this final quarter. Stolen by Randolph. Irving drives in. Here's Waiters. Got it. Good job in the low post. Detroit's gotten off 12 shots from beyond the arc tonight, hitting 7 of them. Dishes it to Smith. Stolen by World Peace. Irving passes to Waiters. Shot is no good. Nice D from Drummond. The Pistons shooting extremely well. 62% on the night to this point. No good from Raymond. The Cavaliers have gone just 2 of 8 in this fourth quarter. The final quarter not treating them well so far. World Peace dishes to Irving. Cleveland moving it around. And Waiters kicks to World Peace. Gets the jumper from the corner to fall. We've got 1:23 left to play here in the fourth. Here's Rain Man. He's covered by Irving. Here's Rain Man. And he banks in the layup. Rain Man's got 10 points in the quarter.
That's the 10th straight point they've given up in the paint. I guess the good news is they've taken away the outside shot.
Well, you know what? It doesn't matter how good their perimeter defense is if they're going to allow inside looks as easy as that.
55 seconds left in the fourth. He gets the shot to fall, and the defender wasn't set. He's called for the block and a 3-point play chance here. And the Cavaliers will go with a different look here. Tyler Zeller's checked in for Bynum. Tristan Thompson comes in for Zach Randolph. Alonzo G is checked in for Meta World Peace. And it's Karsov in for Dion Waiters. Zeller setting the pick for Jack. And Karsov kicks to Jack. 6 on the shot clock. The feather touch on the finger roll. Beautiful.
Boy, he's so good at recognizing where the openings are and getting the ball to the rim.
2-second difference between shot clock and game clock. Here's Rain Man. 12 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Singler, no good. Here's Karsov. From deep. No good. And so it's the Pistons taking care of business here.
That's it guys for today. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.